Can you hear me now? I think I can hear myself. You all should be able to hear me now. Hopefully it's not too loud. I think it's too loud. Is it better now? Awesome, you guys can hear me. Cool. So, what I was saying before everything went bad and I forgot to turn on my audio was I have an experiment I'm doing that I'm still experimenting on, but ultimately it'd be really cool if you had like various plugins. So let's say these two, and let's say this one's mine. I could detect where mine is, and then when the game runs, I can actually move mine to like the top or the bottom or wherever would be best fit. Still experimenting with this. This little bit of code right here. Since we have 5 hours, I'm going to explain some extra fun things. This little bit of code right here basically goes into the game, the document, and looks for all the scripts, creates an array of node objects of each script, and then if it includes the js.plugin, I remove it. Sadly, this removes it from the actual script code, but doesn't remove it from the memory that's already been loaded up. So to fix this, I would have to refresh it. But if I refreshed it, then it would refresh the script code, which would load up the original code, and it wouldn't do anything. So give me a quick second. Got to reply to someone. I might have to disappear for a quick second depending on how bad this is. We'll find out. Okay, so that's that thing. We're not dealing with that. We're gonna try to do my master plugin idea, which the best way to start up a master plugin idea is to properly know how to use my IDE. That's a really good start. If you know how to use your IDE, it makes it so much faster to do things properly. I'm going to keep it a little bit big so you guys can see it. There we go. Okay. Yes, I actually wanted to delete. Cool. So, what do I want to do? So, let's create an event to show you guys. So you see this event command? I would like to do amazing stuff with this event command that you can't normally do. So like show text, for example. It'd be really cool if show text had more features. So like location of where you want the box, not this thing. I'm talking about like actual XY coordinates where I want. Then X or width and height of how big I want the box to be. And then on top of all of that, it'd be really powerful if it could word wrap whatever size I gave. And the great thing about word wrapping whatever size is if it's too small, so let's say I have like hello Ward, the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. So let's say it's this, but I want it to only contain 2 words at a time. It'd be really nice if instead it would do a batch entry and only render this much, okay? And each new line would be a new text window. And you wouldn't have to code this up. You could just put it all in one giant text, all your text boxes, and then be like, here you go, game. This is all the dialogue I want. I don't care how many text boxes it takes to show it all. I want it all in the next section. And it will go, okay, cool. Hello world, done. We're going to wait for the player to press a key to go to the next one. Okay, cool. They'll quick, and so on and so forth. It'd be so nice. And I want to do that with all of these. So like control timer. Wouldn't it be cool if you could have a control timer with a special variable? So who knows, maybe you want multiple timers. Or instead of a start and stop, maybe a start, pause, and reset. And I want to do that with all of these and all of these and eventually get done. I didn't even know that was going on. People don't tell me things anymore. People just pretend like I know anything. It's not the worst thing, cool. So, enough about me complaining. Let's get into coding this. So there's a couple of things I'm thinking of. What would be really cool is, let's just pretend like that's a plugin. That's my plugin command. What would be really cool is when the game loads up this event, it loads up the plugin commands and does one of two things. One, it loads, yes, so something like your quest timer plugin, but it would be more of the general sense, so not any specific sense. I also want to experiment with this plugin of giving script calls. So if you're a plugin developer or something and want to use my plugin within your plugin, you don't have to worry about how do I call this plugin command. You could literally go, for like my case, sorl dot whatever plugin command you want, give it the parameters, and it just works. So the idea I have is you put in my plugin command, and when the thing gets loaded up, it does one of two things I'm debating. One, it keeps the plugin command as is, and it kind of just operates like normal plugin commands. Two, and possibly the cooler one, would be is if when it loads up, it can detect the plugin command and go, okay, this plugin command is actually an advanced version of the show text plugin. So I'm going to replace this plugin command with the advanced show text plugin, and the game engine just works with it. But that's kind of pushing it a little bit farther than I can do. So we're gonna press a lot of oddities. So let's write some of this stuff down. For the first one, I want to see if we can get a plugin command that either can be interpreted in its own like plugin or game interpreter, so like a sorl's game interpreter, or a plugin command that could be replaced with other commands. So let's write that down. So either I am gonna, hopefully you guys can't hear the buzz of my phone. So game interpreter, or if we want to be really awesome, it would be replace plugin commands with alternatives. I don't know if I spelled that right. Spelling is the thing I suck at. Okay, makes sense to me. There's a plugin like that. It's in the picture button plugin. Not worried about that. I don't know what you're worried about then. We're all worried about something. I'm going to move Windows on this side so I can see the chat without having to turn my head all the way around. Okay, so that's that. Now let's grab some plugin code. We want, I don't even know what my simplest plugin is. We'll just grab one. I know I'm gonna do something like this. Uh-oh. But I don't know which one's the newer one. But we'll grab it, see what happens. Is this new or is this old, or are we gonna break something? Choice location, setting it up, returning values, plugin commands, resetting. Hopefully they go quiet soon. Custom flags, setting up windows, setting up the commands. So this is kind of how I did it with the choice plugin before. I just covered you guys up. It takes the next show picture events and applies a plugin command to show picture. So yeah, we could do that too. That's a good idea. Because we could just apply, I should put an or apply current custom values to existing. I'll have to look into that one. That one's possible. I'm gonna clean this up so word wrapping just works. There we go. So right now what I was doing is I was actually overwriting the command 101 with my custom plugin command garbage. I don't want to do this because if somebody was to write a custom message plugin on top of mine, mine would have to be on top, and I don't prefer that. It'd be really nice if mine can just independently sit on its own and work. So, but this looks complete enough, so it looks like this is going to be what we're going to steer code from. Cool. And let's change the language to JavaScript. There we go. Okay, so we're going to call this Power, what did I call this? Power Event Command, which we can of course shorten down to PEC. There we go. Don't need a description yet, don't need any of these commands yet. We don't know what core functionality we're going to break. We're going to break most likely at least one. I'm assuming we're going to break the game interpreter, if I had to guess off the top of my head. Woo! Going everywhere. Okay, so changelog. I'm unsure what we're going to do for the changelog. And I'm unsure what we're going to do for the description right now. All I really know is it's going to be version 0.01. We have a to-do list, but it's not going to be here. That's going to be there. This is going to become PEC. The same here. And now it's the boring part of me copying and pasting a lot of my code because I don't like typing a billion times. It's going to be called this. There we go. All of this can be deleted because we don't have plugin commands yet. I just realized this really should be in something. I think I do this now because I think I talked about this on a stream before. Because I think I do name now. See, this is the downside to changing your style up over every time you do it. We have no helper functions yet. And I'm not breaking anything just yet. We're going to look into that. So, You did bring up a good point. I'm going to open up that file as well. Let me bring that over here so that I can find it without revealing everything about myself. We're in tutorial videos, and we are in here, and we're here. And we want button picture. Because you did bring up a good point. This does do kind of what I want it to do. It sets, which what it does is it sets a picture, it gets a common event, gets a picture. Oh, you bring up a good point. They do something like this already. I've never actually looked into this code, so we're gonna dig into it real quick. Okay. So how are they setting this up? Actually, I'm gonna open up the other one because I don't do a lot with button picture, but text picture I've done some stuff with, so I know kind of how it works. Okay, sprite update, create text box, okay, destroy. Okay, let's see. This plugin commands, okay. So you call this and then you call showed picture. So, show picture. So this is how it's doing it. It checks to see if the picture has no name, and if it doesn't have a name, and there's text for text picture text. Then it sets that in, I'm guessing this is a special function somewhere? Yeah. It's a special function. Cool. So if it is, it sets it to a special function or a special variable to hold that text. It updates to say the text has changed. Show. Okay, cool. Then, let's see. Where does this variable go? It goes down here. So then when the picture gets an update call, it checks to see if the picture is visible and if there's a name to the picture, which there wouldn't be because you didn't set the name, you just checked the name here. Yep. Then it takes the picture object and makes it that. It checks to see if the text is equal to the picture. If it is, then keep the text, make the text, what is it doing here? No, it checks if picture. If picture is true, then take the picture and put it with, take the picture's text and put it as text. Otherwise, if it's nothing, I hate truncated ifs. It's so hard for me. Okay. Yeah. So if a picture is true, take the picture text if there is any. If there isn't, then take an empty string. If the picture isn't true, then take an empty string. Okay. Text change. Take the picture and it with the picture text changed. Okay, so if the picture is true and the picture.text changed is true, then make this true. Okay, cool. We understand that. If this object, the picture, has your custom text and it's not equal to the text that's currently there, or if it's detected the text has changed, then set the text to the new text, destroy the previous one, create a new one. Okay, this doesn't seem too bad. we might be able to do it this way. Because basically what it looks like is we set up some parameters to the object, and then next time you call that object, we check to see if those parameters were set. If those parameters were set, we use them. If not, we go to the default, which isn't too bad. Now, the only issue is that means for you to use my power plugin in your game, you'd have to do something like plugin command, blah, 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 all the parameters and all that, and then show text and set all that parameters up how I want. Which isn't bad, but that means if you have a lot of custom dialogue, you're going to have something like this, which I don't like. I think it would look cleaner if it was just, hey, you're using Sorlegna's power, whatever, what is it called? Power event garbage. And it was just this. I kind of like this. To me, this would look cleaner. What would be the best way is if I could have my own custom tabs come up here. That'd be the best way, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. I think that requires a tool, and I've never developed a tool for MZ or MV, and I think MZ took out the ability to have custom tours. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's the case. Okay, so even though I like the idea of this, we're going to block that for now. I like the idea, though. It's a cool idea. I just don't like the cleanness of it. I think if we could either replace plugin commands with an alternate, or the plugin commands detect if they're this plugin and get redirected to an alternate game interpreter. Those would be the two best ones. I'm kind of leaning to the game interpreter because if it goes to a separate game interpreter, we can do magic. We don't have the limitations of RM. We don't have to worry about like, oh, but what if somebody overwrites this game interpreter or this game message? Create a plugin command that replaces the show text element. That's basically what we want. Let's see. Can I should be able to do that pretty quickly. Because I should be able to just go and grab something like this and bring up an example. So let's grab this and try to bring up an example here. So let's call it power show text. Is it show text? I think it's show message, but I don't recall ever. No, it's show text. Okay. And we can call it power show text ... blah. I actually don't want to put blah. What's the... Open the message window and displays text. Opens with an S. Yep, so it's going to need all of those. So let's start rebuilding this. That's actually a good point. We could start that way. Can we rebuild the show text object? If we can rebuild the show text object, then we can start adding on to it. So that's actually a really good point. I like that. I like that a lot. So we're going to have, I'm going to call it message. Yeah, we'll call it text. Who cares? Text. Okay, if you want to work on that You can Discord me. I'll show you my like personal Discord channel once I figure out how to create invites again. Create invite. There you go. There you go. Edit invite. I won't be on for more than 6 hours. Anyone can use it. Okay. That's cool. Discord is really cool. There you go. There's my private Discord. I guess you could shove it in tech help. I don't really have a place for streams yet, so if you want, you can shove it in tech help. If you have any issues, just message me somewhere. Okay, so we're gonna have an org. It's gonna say text type. I don't think we want that type, so let me open up a new Chrome so that I can show you guys how I search for things. Your MV plugin commands, I think. Nope. I'm looking for a very specific page. Basically, recreate the entire event command system as plugin commands. Yes, that would be basically it. And then once we get that system working, we just add on top of it and make it where you get the power as if you can adjust every parameter underneath the hood in event commands. And because MZ in event plugin commands look nice, we can make it look really nice and pretty and not be like type out code to get everything working. I can't remember. I always look this up and I always forget where it is. Is it tutorial? The absolute basics. It might be that. Basically, somebody made like a really nice thing. I'm just going to grab the one link I was provided. Awesome. People are on here. Cool. I'm just going to look for that one link that I was provided. That's the animal store. It's just a little bit up there. It is. Because I can just do translating for now. There is a RM version that will help me as well, but I just need something quick. You guys don't want to watch me search the web. Okay. Variables. What's in a plugin? Is it here? No. Annotations. There we go. We want not text. We want a specific type. We don't want a string. We might want a multi-string. Let's see. String is normal with no particular. It is a string character. Dang it, turned down the music too far. It's a string character that can be inputted as multiple lines. I think we want multiple line string. We're going to copy that for now. No, we don't want that. So I think we want multiple line string. Okay. So let's shove that here for now. Okay. Default's going to be empty string and the description. Oh, that's going to be nightmare. We would have to recode up all the fancy text codes. Not the end of the world, but it could be a nightmare. For right now, we're just going to say text box. Just so we can keep moving forward. Okay. We need a face. And I want to do this better than I did it last time. I want to make this a struct because This kind of behaves more like a struct, since you get to choose the face and the index at the same time. And I don't think there is a type that lets you do that. Yeah. So we want a struct. Then we have to make a struct. So, yay. Face struct. No fancy names right now. I haven't come up with any. Okay. Copy this. And this needs to go outside the initial plugin command, I believe. Which I'm going to want a fancy or header, just so that I know, hey, this is where I put my structs. Hopefully that doesn't break anything. Whoopsie, drop everything. Struct objects. Okay, so there's some struct objects. Not. Okay, I think we called it face struct. Yep. So we copy that, and I can't read Japanese, but I believe we just put it there. I don't think we have to do anything else fancy. Okay. These are fancy attributes we don't need. Okay. So one of the parameters is going to be the face file name. We're just going to call it face file. We're going to just call this file name. Description, don't have any right now. Well, I can't read Japanese. I'm predicting I did this right, though. I'm predicting it's 2 tildes and then the name itself. Okay, so we want a file, so I'm just going to grab this one right now. There we go. I replaced too much. There we go. I hate the stars. I know some people are huge fans of like indicating using stars where the comments are. I do that with my IDE, so I don't need that. I also want tabs, not spaces. If I can have it. If I can ever be so nice, there we go. Ah yes, I predicted that is you. Okay, don't need this. So, the type is not going to be a struct inside a struct. It's going to be a file. I believe I have to give it a file directory. Yeah. Yeah, I need to look it up. Give me a quick second. I'm going to look up on mine the one page I found. Is it this I look up? Yeah, there we go. I look up params. There we go. This is MV, but I really like how this is structured because it shows you like the code and then what it actually does. And I haven't experienced, other than like the actual getting values and stuff, some of that has changed. But other than that, I haven't experienced much difference. So this is what I like using. And you should be able to search this by going RPG Maker MV plugin parameters. And it's right up here, first link, done. I like it because it shows me what I'm doing and everything else. So And I want a directory. There we go. Okay, so this is how the directory code gets put in. Cool. And I wonder if that's why I've been having issues. That would be interesting if all I have had to do is add a semicolon to the end of these lines. Going back to the Japanese one, I want to see, do they have any example code? Have I? No. No, I'm just copying and pasting things bad. Okay. Default's weird. Default can get really weird. It's the one thing I find issues with is depending on where you put it, it could read the next line, and I've been waiting to find out how to not have that happen. So, and I'm just gonna leave no default right here because I don't even know how I would structure a default for a struct. But we do want a directory, and I don't recall where the directory is. Where do I get these images? The ward may never know. Open folder, image. Is it faces? Yep, okay. So we want the last little bit right here. Faces. And I'm on Windows, so it likes flipping my directional dashes. Yay. Okay. So there's that. I don't think we need a default for this either. We do want to rename the description though. What file do you want faces to be pulled from? Good enough. Double space, because spacing is nice. It makes it easy to go back to later and try to figure out what you were doing. File or face ID, index. This is going to be a number. Is number a thing? Is number a thing? Yes. Number. We don't need a directory. It doesn't make sense, but we do need a min-max. So at min 0, 7, and this will be a max. Cool. Options, values, cool. What index do you want the face to come from? Starting in top left with 0 and ending bottom right with 7. Okay, so we got that object done. Cool. Let's go back to the game. Okay, so there's that. We need a name. So, name. And I think this can be type string. Right? Yeah. I think type text was an old way of doing it, and it still works, but for now. Okay. Description, this can be just name box. There we go. Let's get the combo box in now. Or the background combo. And this is pretty much some how to set up a plugin parameters. I regularly do the opposite way. I regularly code the actual code and then go in and code the actual commands for it, but I guess this can work for now. We can start playing around with how it looks and then later we can code it in, especially since we're still deciding how we want the interpreter to be handled. So, combo. And do I want a combo? Do I want a struct? Because I think I've seen a plugin where it did a struct, and one of the first option was a combo, which was the original set, and then a custom one, which I think we want better. So I think we're going to do that. We're going to call this BG message struct. Ooh, I like. We're going to add, I'm going to take that little bit of code, or a little bit of a suggestion, and we will add that to the to-do. Not on the file, but here. We should add it to the to-do on the file. I'm being an idiot. Because I'm going to delete most likely something here or there. So here's where I use stars. Because then I'm making bullets. And I'm indicating like this option is an option on the thing. So that's cool. I like that idea. See, those are the things I want this to be. I want this to be your one stop. I've developed everything in here and everything's going. Awesome, cool. You're working on the show plugin thing? I think Tech Help doesn't have a time delay on it, so you can definitely hit up the time delay. And I don't know what to put you guys as. I'll figure that out later. I'll figure out stuff later. Okay, so if we're going to worry about that, then we definitely want a struct, because you're going to have, for background, you're going to have the window, dim, transparent, custom image, and whatever else we can think of. If you copy my suggestion text and check for spelling, nah, spelling's the end of, spelling isn't important. As long as I understand, like, okay, look, we can remove the maybe, add the ability to add custom background images to the background. Yeah, that's good enough. Plugin development staff? But that kind of fits into extension development. I'll worry about what role to give you guys and how to create roles and stuff later. That's not plugin development. Come on, we got 5 hours. I'll do that on the 4th hour, okay? 4th hour. What time is it now? How long have I been streaming? See, we're only in the 1st hour. We're good. We want a struct. Okay, cool. Don't need a default. And background of the message. And actually, we don't want to call it message struct because we might be able to play around with that and use it in other locations. So we want this. We want to copy that. Do I have to create a new struct object for each one? I think I do. Oh, that's gross. Because I think what it does is it actually checks the code. You're opening up my stream twice? You're just giving me all the views. Everyone, go open my stream up 800 times. I want to be trending. Don't do that. Most browsers will crash after like 20. Okay. So, we want a combo box for type of background. So, type BG type. We want some text. Type of background. We want this to be a combo. I don't know what to do for defaults and combos, so we're going to leave it blank until I figure out what to do. Ah, for pausing purposes. Yep, that makes sense. I actually, whenever I watch Driftwood Gaming, which anyone who's watching who's not on that Discord or channel, definitely go check that out. But whenever I watch it on my TV, and on my computer I'll have his stream open again, paused, so that I can comment, because on my TV it's very hard. I don't even know how to comment on my TV, so I'm giving him double views whenever I'm watching his stuff. Okay. The type of background you want dot. Okay, so we're going to have Windows, dim, transparent, and for the time being, we're just going to call it custom for now. I'm going ahead of myself. How does options work? That doesn't show me a good example. This one does. I know this because I didn't even know about options until I saw it. There we go. So you put type and then you put the options right underneath. Cool. So we got options. We got whatever options they provide. Windows, dim, and transparent. Let me show you a pro tip with this. So if you're using Windows, there's something called a snipping tool. It's default in Windows always. If you set the delay to like 3 seconds, set it to rectangle, and then click here, you can actually copy the drop-down menu, and now I don't have to worry about it closing every time I click away. Just helps out with debugging and just quickly providing options. So Windows, copy, paste, paste. So dim, transparent, and we'll do custom. And for right now, we're just going to leave custom as custom. But eventually, we'll make this into its own trait. For right now, because it's already on our to-do list to add the background image, let's do that real quick as our custom. So, background, I'm not doing shorthand, background image. Background image. And this is going to be kind of like this, except we're not going to be providing a directory as complex. We're going to be doing something a little bit nicer. We're just going to be like, if it's in your image directory, you're good. And then description, if custom type is selected, then we'll use image provided stretched. For now, we'll do stretched. Check your tech help. Okay, tech help. Okay, working on text art code for the show text art plugin command. Awesome. I mean, so depending on how we do it, we might be able to leverage the existing text codes. That would be the best thing. That's one reason why I'm kind of split here. Because if we make our own game interpreter, we might have to write a lot of the under-ending code again. Which, that's not going to be nice. That's going to be messy and look ugly. But if we do replace with an alternate, so if we make it where it can read all plugin command as if it was a show text command, we don't have to do that. We can bypass a lot of the heavy lifting because we're leaning on RM. The downside is because we're leaning on RM, we have the limitations RM provides. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword, and I haven't figured out which one I like most. Okay, cool. Background struct, awesome. We're done with background. We're going to do Windows position, which is going to be almost the exact same thing to background, except custom is going to have a struct within a struct. Oh my gosh, this is going to go maddening. I went from not using structs ever to now using structs for everything on this. So we're going to call it win position. And we're going to call this window position. And we can call this WP struct. Actually, we'll keep it WP struct for now. Position of the message. You also lose the preview button. That kind of sucks. I guess that... Yeah, there's no way we could implement that. Because that's all working in engine. Yeah. You lose some, you win some. I guess if you really want that preview button, you're going to have to not have all these custom features. Or I wonder if you do, I don't know if you all know this, but if you right click or if you highlight a bunch and right click, you can actually open up a test of that code in execution. So once my computer decides to pick up, oopsie. Because it's a text thing, as soon as I clicked on the screen, guess what it did? It moved the text away. So you theoretically should be able to do this and see how all plugin commands work. So for now, I didn't want to do that. Did not want to do that last little bit. There we go. So we need a window struct. Going to be very similar to this. One might say it's identical. Okay. And then we can test this out and see if we screwed ourselves or if we're good. Top, middle, bottom, that's an easy one to remember. Top, middle, bottom. I would rather have power options for messages than a preview button. I cannot disagree there. That's one reason why I came up with this, is I wanted to do some custom features for event command. And I was like, I could create 1,000,000,001 plugins to do every custom feature ever I could ever think of, and I'd be happy. Or I could make one. In this case, I'm thinking of making up towards to like 5 of these to cover everything. But I could make a series of plugins that just contain all the code to do all the power options you can have. So what I'm thinking, because you guys are here and you guys care apparently, is we're going to have our core plugin, which anything that seems to be copied and pasted between a bunch of sub plugins, we're just going to shove it up in the core. Clean up the download size for everything. You download the core and then you can download all the other ones and not have to worry about duplicate codes and stuff. And then plugin 1 is going to be only page 1. It's going to contain all the custom codes for page 1. Then plugin 2, page 2, all the custom codes for page 2. Page 3, all the custom codes for page 3. Except plugin commands. I don't think I can do anything special with plugin commands, but who knows? By the time we get to that point, there might be so many ideas, I might just cry and make put it up online and just be like, guys, go edit, write it up, we'll just keep it up to date. Then page 4, 5, and 6, I'm thinking is going to be, we're going to have to count all of these, find out how many are on each page. But we're going to put custom plugin buttons. So one of the things I've talked to a couple of people about is the formations. There is no way to programmatically change formations. The only formation options you get is can you access it or not, disable or enable. But if you're like, I want to move party member forward to the leader position, the best way without a plugin right now would be going in here, changing party members, going remove player 1, remove player 4. Actually no, because you want to put it on the leader, you're going to have to remove all your party members, put player 4 first, and then add them all back. Which would be insane. Like, just think of all the commands you'd have to do. Even with these 8, if you're not knowing how to do code, you're going to have to do this 8 times. Then you're going to have to do add player 4 and add them all back. That's just to move one character from the front to the back, or from the back to the front. What? It'd be so nice if I could just be like, hey, there's this cool plugin command that some person made that just allows me to go like, hey, Sir Legna's power plugin stuff, swap players, player 1 to swap, player 2 to swap. Okay, done. And then boom, when it hits that plugin command, it moves the players automatically without having to remove any players from your party and anything like that. Can I contribute my plugin code to... yeah. I'm not going to say no to contributing. Just realize that, like, as the development goes on, the code might change a little, just to either add more features or to merge it cleaner into the overall code base. Where were we? I was going on a rant. You guys apparently care a lot about me. I actually don't know if this works. I might have to move the type combo up, but... Okay, so... BG, or WP, position. I mean, if you guys want to code up some of this stuff, I'm not going to say no. I mean, it's going to be a massive to code up anyways. I mean, to me, I think that would be the most powerful thing is if you have a swap plugin command. But also, it'd be cool if when you do... And this would be most likely in a page 3. Not page 3, oopsie. Page 1 under party. It'd be really nice if you could be like, hey, add Gale, but also give me the ability to tell you where to add him. Kind of like a JavaScript slice. Because, kind of like in your case with the plugin you were doing, add actor as leader. It'd be really nice if you could be like, Michelle, I want to be leader. Right now, if we did it with the swap character and everything, you'd have to add Michelle. She would go to the back. Then you'd have to call a swap character. Again, too many cars. It'd be really nice if you could just go, hey, add Michelle, 0. Or because non-programmers are going to think player 1 or party member 1, you might just want to add 1. Either way, it is a massive project. It is one of those things that I'm like, I want to start, but if I start, it's not going to... I'm going to get overwhelmed, and it's going to be quick. Whoopsie. I almost did bad. That could have been really bad. So, yeah, I think we're going to tackle these in sections. Right now, if we can get through the first 5 here within the next 4 hours, 4 to 5 hours, I'd be happy. We tackle these the next day, And if we can get these working, we can at least start kind of like packaging them out in beta programs. Select party A, select target position in party. Yeah, that would be perfect. Like, if I could live, like, my dream goal for this project would be redesign it, we get it popular, everyone starts using it, and ORM goes, hey, we need to give more control to people, and basically takes our code and integrates it into these things. Because these options should not be things that need to be coded up. Okay, no more rants. You guys are distracting me on that. Text Windows position. Actually, no. We wanted X. Windows X position. And it's going to be a type num. And we don't... I'm not going to say there's a maximum in. We're just going to go with that for now. Eventually, I want to code this up because I think the ability I gave with my choice location when I did this is I allowed you to put text. And the great thing about putting text is it returns a number. And I eventually would read that number out. Where is it? I eventually read that number out in this object. And the great thing about that is it gives the user the ability to go like, I want this plugin, I want this message box, or in this case, this choice box, to change its position based on the level of the player, or based on where the player is standing, or all that stuff. If you haven't checked out my choice list plugin, or choice location plugin, definitely check it out. It's pretty much the precursor to this big guy that we're developing. It was basically that I was like, this is powerful, but I want it everywhere, and now we're making it everywhere. So eventually, actually, not eventually, we're gonna do this now, because I'll forget and we'll be sad. So, whoopsie. There you go. We don't need a description. Just to tell you guys, I'm missing like gaming time with like a couple of good buds of mine. They keep messaging, talking about like what's going on in the game right now, and I'm just like, I hate people. People are evil to me. Okay, X value for the window, because it's not going to be just the message box anymore. Okay, window type combo, custom, cool. And I mean, to me, I understand they want to keep the engine simplistic for like anyone who's new into game development and stuff. But I think we're getting to a point where it might be too simplistic for even the average game dev to get into. What do you mean you feel bad? Why do you feel bad? Don't feel bad. Oh, don't feel bad. I hope I didn't make you feel bad. If I did, I'm sorry. I have a very quick mouth and I don't realize what half the things I'm saying 90% of the time is. Oh, you're not... Promise me they wouldn't let me join anyways. It's more of a tease on me because they don't like that how I joke around and stuff. I'm actually shocked that you all like how I joke around. Must be in custom type for now. I am gonna break my mouse over my knee one day. It's gonna be hilarious and sad. Okay. Must be a custom type. Period. And we're just gonna copy and paste because I don't want to type it out again. Awesome. Okay, think we got everything for show text? Have I just been wasting time? Most likely. We don't need the batch entry because we're going to do smart batch entry because we're not going to deal with this invisible black line right here. What we're going to do is go, hey, we know how big the window is going to be. We know how big your text is going to be. We're going to be smart and word wrap it and just accept any length of text you provide us because it's computer code and you know what computers are good at? Doing the heavy lifting. Okay, all that's correct. Okay, we need to save this before I go on a rant somewhere. Is this in? Yes, okay. So, we're going to call it this for now, but I'm predicting because you guys all want to help that we're going to have to come up with like a community name for this. Which, not the end of the world, but we're going to have to come up with one eventually. And then I'll have to come up with like a way to put it up online and allow you guys to get custom control and like Git repos and all this other stuff. Nonsense. Nah, it's all fine. I'd much rather, with how big this plugin is, I'd much rather get more help than to try to keep it private. So we're gonna do power event command, right? Yeah, pack. And we're gonna underscore page 1 dot JavaScript. Okay. So in theory, we should be able to actually load this up and see where we are. There it is. Cool. Looks beautiful. I love it. And then I don't need to make a new one. Okay. And then we go into page 3. So setting the height dynamically on text content. That is a thing we could do. Could we do that? I mean, yeah, we could. We just need to ask the text object how many rows it is, find out what the font line height is, which isn't impossible, and then times the font height. Dang it! We got another awesome thing that we need to include. So add that to the to-do list. Dynamically scale window based on the text content. There we go. Okay. We got a plugin command. Yep. Boom. Power show text. We give it whatever text we want. Hello there. You are watching YouTube. What is this name box? So, like, face is broken. We need to fix face. Background's broken. We need to fix background. And Windows position's broken. Yay! Why is it broken? Why is the structs not working? This is where I'm going to go to a place I actually can read, and it's all in English. Okay. Struct. Semicolons, objects, semicolon. Okay. Okay, so the struct object looks correct. So that means we're just not calling it correct then. So, how do we call a struct? Struct with brackets, but no space. I think it's no space. The great thing about code, a single space can screw you up. Okay, let's see if that worked. Yep, there we go. So, got that pretty face right there. Monster. And for right now, we'll just go 0. Background type. Do we have the drop down? We do! Look at that. Custom. Background image. We want it from our system. And we want our icon set to be our background, because that's going to be easily readable. We want a custom location and X, Y, X and Y. There we go. Good enough. So that would be what it would look like. I like that. That looks nice. We can override the show text windows by salvaging the engine Windows code. I mean, yeah, we can. The only concern I have with overriding is we just have to make sure we aren't destructive, so that if somebody's using another custom Windows program on top of our existing custom Windows program, they're not going to conflict and eat each other. Basically, if we can keep this as open and free to use, the more likely people will use it. The more people are using it, the more powerful games will be, the more unique games will be, and the more unique games will be, the less RPG Maker-like games will become. And that's really the ultimate goal in RPG Maker, is make it not RPG Maker. So cool. We got everything we want for the PowerShow command, PowerShow text command. And everything seemed to have worked right. I'm going to remove the default text, though, just because I think the default should be nothing. Okay. So we got structs working. Got that. Now we just need to do some plugin call commands and see if we can get it. See if we can get it to just show up how we want it to show up. And then, grab the code and modify it. Yes, so we can grab the code and modify it and just call it under our own custom game interpreter or game engine thing. But at the same time, it'd be really nice to lean on as much as we can to the already existing codes of RM. Yes, I need to find a way to bring up text windows over here but hide them from your guys' view. I'm sure there's a way to do it in OBS. I'm almost certain there's a way I can label a window to not be rendered. Because you can do the opposite. If I was like render this specific message, or render this specific window, you guys couldn't see what's going on in front or behind of that window. Okay, cool. You guys are talking on Discord. Awesome. Get off my phone. I just realized you guys most likely can't hear my phone at all. Okay, so we're gonna look and seeing if we can get the plugin or the show message text working. So we want to, first things first, copy some things and see what we can get out. That's why I have 6 monitors. Just all the monitors around it. So the best choice would be me putting it on my smaller monitor, but then it's going to adjust and you guys aren't going to get your HD quality video. It's going to go down to the lame quality video that I have on that monitor. My YouTube right now is on that monitor. So we're going to copy this so that it has the plugin command. And for right now, we just want to see what arguments are going to look like when we run all of this. Which means we might want to add an object here just so that we know what we are clicking on. Well, that's problematic. So let's shove that there, and now it won't be a problem. There we go. Talk to the zombie. Nothing happened. Actually, that's problematic. Really nothing happened. What am I doing wrong here? This is why I wish I had my normal way of viewing everything. Okay. So the first things first is, does the plugin manager have the command? Yes, it does. So that means it's registered correctly. The function is registered correctly, all that. So what am I doing wrong now? On player action. Okay, all of that seems correct. I am doing something minorly wrong that is slipping my mind. It loaded up the plugin, it loaded up the function. It's just not loading up the interaction. Because it should be telling us what the args are. What am I doing wrong here, guys? Did I call it wrong? I don't think I did. Oh, wait. There it is. I found the mistake. I bet. No, that's correct. Solegna underscore peck. Solegna underscore peck. Oh, it's not Solegna underscore peck anymore. It's underscore page 1. I bet that's the issue. No, we should really update all of these objects. There we go. I don't like that name. We'll simplify it later, but I'm almost certain that will make it work. Yeah, so you gotta have the file name be the same as what you're calling the object. Which, again, I don't like. Okay, I'm messing something up. What am I messing up? 1, 3, 1. Again, you need to call things correctly by their name. And this is why I start slow. I always do my plugin slow, getting all the little bugs out of the way before really getting into like the meat of the plugin and going like, why does none of this work? Well, it's because I'm an idiot 90% of the time. There you go. Look at that. Okay, so that's not nice. I would really love that to be JSON, but we can easily do a parse JSON on those. And we could actually do a parse JSON and store those back in. So let's do that real quick, because string parsing is a nightmare, and if you can avoid it, do, because you're gonna be a billion times happier at the end. So what we're gonna do is args.base equal, and I want to say it's json.parse args.base, but I don't recall off the top of my head. So the next step is always simply go to Google, JSON parse in JavaScript. So this is what we got. This is what we want to do. So yep, that's how we do it. Awesome. We could have also tested in here. We could have done json.parse, and then I think if you right click, you can, yep, store as a temp. Oopsie, I don't want to store that. I want to store, can I not store this entire object? There we go. Temp2 dot base. There we go. So that's another way to verify your stuff is working, or that the code you're about to write is working. So we want to do that with the face. We want to do that with the background. And all I'm doing here is basically taking the string object and converting it into a JSON. So it's going to look like an object inside an object inside an object. I'll show you once I'm done, but I won't be able to show you what it was. So I guess take a mental picture of what it is. Actually, I could be better than that. I could tell you better. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. Cool. Save, and I'll be better. You guys don't have to take a mental photo. I'll take a mental photo in 3 seconds. There we go. Boom. Mental photo saved. Okay, now that we have a mental photo, there we go. Go into the game, click on zombie. So now what does it look like? Oh look, there's these internal objects. So now the benefit of that is we can refer to, let me store this as it, okay. So we can now do temp1, which would be our args. We could do face, and then we could do face ID. And that gives us the face ID. Now we still have to make numbers and just take numbers and make them into actual proper numbers and stuff. But I'd much rather at least get this portion out. Because even the face ID, we could actually make this like we do win position, where it's just text. And you could have the face ID change based on like a switch or a variable or whatever and all of that. So that looks nice. Awesome. Now that we have all that cleaned up, we're going to now look into how do we create a show message, which I guess I can show you another cool trick I have. So there's something called the RPG Maker mv call script calls. Yep, you can do something like that. Script calls. Click here. So what is this? This is a giant, not giant, I mean it's a couple of sheets, but it's a large Google Docs that basically takes your normal event commands and converts them into script calls. It's not the perfect, it's not one-to-one. You're not going to easily be able to take this show text, call this, and it work. There's a couple other underlying codes that they're missing, which can be problematic, but like check party size. This is that code. If you need to check the party size, done. Get party ID, all of that. Control variables, this is real nice, because if you play around with, or not this one, control self switch. Have you ever wanted to switch a self switch on another event that you're not currently on? Guess what? This little bit of code can do that, and you're done. Link that to us in the tech help. I'll do one better. You're watching the stream right now? Boom. I'll actually do that with all of these, because I totally forgot that, like, hey, you guys might not be as quick in Googling magic as I am, so. And they give you examples on how to use it and all that stuff. And they do it with battles, so if you have like battle command scripts that you want to do and all that, damage formulas, it's not the best, it just kind of tells you what certain numbers or characters seen. They have some useful tips, so like flushing cache. I think MZ doesn't need to do that as much anymore, but making only the leader invisible and all of that. Move routes, if you ever been wanting to code up or script up your own move routes, here's the numbers to which move routes equal what. Here's some code for all that. But we are more interested in this little bit of stuff. And we specifically were interested in the show text. So let's do that. I actually think we can maybe one up this. I don't think we want that. I think we can do one better, because we are actually just going to be using, for right now, the game interpreter. So let's see. Nope, not plugin. I think the game interpreter is in managers. I think. Pretty sure. Might be wrong. We'll find out. Okay, that's an update to the interpreter, but we want... Nope, it's not in managers. Okay. I think... It should be there. Okay, maybe I'm being an idiot. Not the first time. Let's do game interp. Okay, game. That's a bunch of objects. I don't like that all this is battles. Battle, scenes, colors, audio, storage, config. No, I don't think it's in here. Yeah, I think it's in objects. I was like, it's in one of these two. When you code up enough plugins, you'll find out that these two are like your big, like what everything does. Windows is good if you're dealing with like GUI stuff though. So if you're planning to do GUI stuff, windows and scenes are very important. 9,438. Sounds like a plan. Control G that. We are 9,438. Thank you, guys. Awesome. So we're looking for... That's loading up images. We're looking for it actually calling commands. Because I'm pretty sure I could lean on... I'm going to make this full screen. Is this it? Yeah, show text. I'm pretty sure if I do something like console.log params, we can just grab the params that it would normally do, call this function, and it should theoretically just work for us. So we're going to save that. We're going to go back to our game. Hopefully you guys took notes on this and the differences. If not, that's fine. Okay, so we don't need that. We don't need this. We can close this out. Now, we do need to do a proper show text. Hello there. Can you send us the code you finished already so we can add it to our code parts? Yes, we can. You copied some links in here. That's cool. Somebody etted me. Where am I being etted? Oh, somebody shared it. That's nice. You guys are so sweet. Okay, sure. Let me think of the quickest way for me to get code to you guys. I guess the quickest way is for me to put it on the playground. And since you guys are already on the channel, I can just upload it to the playground real quick and you guys can do it. That'd be under my itch. Where's my playground? Okay. Okay, you guys want it to be uploaded, so this is as is. So please do not hate. Okay. So now if you guys go to the beta test channel and click the link up in there, you should be able to get the code. You should be able to download the code. Click and drag it into... Click and drag the entire code thing? The JSON can be attached to Discord. I could. That's gonna fill up Discord. I much rather, I've already uploaded it. If you just go to the beta, the hashtag beta tester page and use the latest code there on the link that's in the pinned message, you'll be able to download it as is. And I can easily update that consistently without filling up the entire thing. The JSON file, not the code. Yeah, you'll get the JSON file as is. And don't worry about the description, just download it. It looks ugly, but it's this page. But if you go down here and hit download, you can download the latest one. Disregard all of this. All of this is nonsense, because all of this is old and I haven't updated in days. So, okay, where was my YouTube? That was my YouTube. Cool. So we're gonna keep doing this. So we want an actor, we want a name. Let's go dim and top. Cool. Okay. Needs a login for me. Yes, there's a code. Let me open it up on my other one so I can just show you guys. Because this code will change, and in the future, if somebody's watching this, they won't be able to access it. But, so you should get to this page, passwords required. Then you grab the password from the Discord, put it in there, hit submit, and boom, you're onto the page. Pretty nice little way I do things. When I test code and stuff, I have this page constantly being updated. Even though it's only shown one, it's something I used to do back when I did private ones and had private people testing plugins and games for me. It's so whenever I do updates, let's say you'd go in tomorrow or whatever, and I've updated it, you won't see this, you'll see the password one, and if you don't have the correct password, you won't get it. So it kind of, what is it? It segments out who gets accesses without changing up the URL. It's really nice. I like it. There's also a couple other neat little tricks I've done with it, but we're not going to talk about the bad people who have already figured out ways to abuse it. Abusing my love and kindness. Okay, we got that done, so we need a test to see what the params are, so that we can mimic it, so that everything works out nice. Okay, so this is what it looks like. I'm going to guess that's actor, I'm going to guess that's position, I'm going to guess, or that's background, that's position, that's name. So if we just can compile this and send it to the game interpreter, we can at least mimic what's currently available. The downside to that is we're not going to be able to use command 101 to do what we want to do. We're either going to have to write our own function, or we're going to have to write our own game interpreter, or we're going to have to, one of those two. Either write our own functions in the game interpreter and have it handle the function differently, or write our own game interpreter. I would prefer writing our own functions, but I can understand that could be difficult, so we're not super concerned. So now we just need to get the game interpreter, which I'm predicting I can do. Nope. What's in the plugin manager? Can we get the game interpreter from the plugin? We got a caller. What's a caller? We need to do console log this. Let's see where we are in the system. And I also want to change the face so that we know which one's the face, which one's the top, which one's the middle, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so now we should see both what it is and everything. Cool. So it's in a window. That window has a game interpreter. It has a couple of managers. It has the plugin manager. The plugin manager has a call command, registrar, URL, setup, commands. Nothing we can really grab out of that. Data. Just looking for the game interpreter. There you are. Game interpreter. That's what we want. So, can we do game_interpreter? I'm sure I'm butchering that word over and over again. Interpreter. I also need to drink something soon. Okay, go in here. Game interpreter is a function. That's not what we want. How about this .game interpreter? How about if we made it not a function? How about that? What about that? I should make this an auto run, but oh, there we go. Game interpreter is a function. That's gross. I don't like that. Because we need to get it. We need to get this specific game interpreter. I've done this before. Did I do this? Or did I cheat? I think I cheated. Dang it. Why must I cheat? How do we do this without cheating? Let's check. So I think at the end here there's actually a place where it does the plugins. Yep, there we go. So this is why MV works with some of the old code and stuff, because they actually left the code in for the MV plugin command. Just to tell you guys. Plugin command. Okay, this is the new one. It calls this. It does a function with the params, which calls the colon with this. What is that? It passes us this, which is the game interpreter. So, can I then do give me a second, because we want that. So can I do, oopsie, this dot, and then it'd be prototype, I believe, and dot, and then whatever command it's using for message, which is all the way up here at like 9,300. Can I do go? Nope, it didn't leave it. But it's still in the chat. Awesome. 9438. That's the very top. And we scroll down a little bit and we will get to the message. There we go. Show text. We want command 101. And then we want the params. And for right now, I don't have it running. Let's run it so that we can give it the same params again, just to see if it works. Does that make sense, everyone? No one's messaging me, so I'm going to assume it all makes sense. Cool. So we want that. And you're like, but wait, how does that test to verify that everything works? Well, we can just do this. Does it show my name? If it shows my name, then we know it worked. There's also a few other ways we could have done that, but I like putting my name out as far as possible because that's what it is to be a YouTuber. Just shove your name out everywhere. Nope. Okay. Command 101 is undefined. I'm reading the Windows base code. Okay. So that's undefined, but can we do this then? There's actually a quicker way. If this doesn't work, then there's a quicker way for me to figure out exactly how they're calling it. 101's undefined. Yep. Okay. Cool. There's a quicker way. Because they have to call it, so how do they call it? That's the current, that's the next, that's a terminate, that's a check, this is execute. Okay. So to do execute, they get the current command, they get the index. Okay. They take the method name as the code command. Okay. If this method is a type of a function, then they do, and if this method and command parameters has something, so I think this is what's calling it. Yeah, because it looks like this would be the game interpreter, then the method, then this. And they index it. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're going to try that way of doing it. So this would be this dot, that dot, that, and that. Let's see if that works. Whoop. Okay. This is not a function. But why? Why not? Why are you not a function? Let's see. I know I discovered this back. Look at that. That's a way to get the game interpreter. Look at those commands. Look at that. There we go. That's a way to get it. So now we do prototype. Oh, by the way, if you do F5 while it's running, you can simulate a reopen. We'll try that. Because that'd just be a little bit faster than what I do. Not cleaner, though. Come on. Let's go cleaner. Let's close it. Let's restart the entire computer every time. So it's a clean base. There's no code running prior to it. No, I agree with you. That'd be faster. It does require me reopening the other thing, though. That sucks. But it's slightly faster. Okay, command 101 is undefined. Okay, we're going to do some experimentation here, so this can die. Game map interpreter dot proto. Is it proto? Am I doing it wrong? I think it's proto. Oh, look at that, it's proto. Because I don't think we can do prototype. Prototype dot command. Nope. Okay, so it's proto underscores. See, this is why I should just not code. I should hang up my hat, call it a day, go home, rest, sleep on my couch. Oh, wait, before we do this, can we call it from proto? Proto dot command 101 takes in some plugins. Okay, sounds good. Looks nice in my book. Sorry, I'm listening to music while I'm doing this, so. And sadly, you guys can't listen to music because I get copyrighted strikes all over the place. Doesn't like it. Okay. Nan. Nan is not defined. That's part of the objects. You got music? Oh, I'm jealous. 67. This .next event code is not defined. This dot is, I add it to the list. Okay. So, that's problematic. So I know Control R in the engine. I'm not very big on hotkeys. I know it's faster, but I'm not very big on it. So we have our first real problem, which we're we're finally at the decision-making process of, do we want to write our own game interpreter, or do we want to replace plugin commands? I am in the ballpark of replace plugin commands. I think writing our own game interpreter is doing more work than we really need to. I think it'd be better if we load up, every time an event loads up, we check it to see if it has the specific event commands we're looking for. If it has those plugin commands, we go in and redefine them as special plugin commands, all plugin commands. And then we add to the game interpreter something along the lines of, where is it? I don't want that. That's a long one. Give me a short one. There we go. So let's say when we get to the canceled event, I don't know what that is, but we go in here and we go, okay, instead of command 403, we could do S, or we could do SOR 403, oopsie, 3. And then here's our fun and joy. We can shove code into this as much as we want. We could literally do like, I think it's just the exit command, I think, close. The close, I think, is a command. We could have it where it just closes the game immediately whenever it hits that. And all we would have to do is go into the game interpreter. So let's show that real quick. Game map. Dang it, what was it? Underscore interpreter, blah, 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 blah. There you go. And I believe there's underscore list. So this lists out all the commands and all the parameters and stuff. We just have to go in here. Exit, okay. We just have to go in here and go, okay, this is all plugin command, 357. Read that and remove all the additional 657s following it, because all that is just parameters, which we don't need because we'll have it right here. So we just read 357, check to see if it's ours, so that could be either through the name or through the parameters, either way. Most likely it will be name to detect, and then this to get the actual value of code we want. then we put in the code we want here, delete any 657s afterwards, because all of these are just setting up the parameters for the 357, and replace it with our new code. Does that sound like a good idea, you guys? I think that sounds easy, and that will give us the highest functionality. Because again, once we're done with that, everything works in the game interpreter. And because it's custom commands, we don't have to worry about anyone overwriting us, at least in the near future. We might have to change how the game interpreter reads command codes, because if we're going to do it like I had it with with SOAR and then the command code, we'd have to make it where it reads a string instead of a number. But if we were to replace it, then we would cause problems with other game developers out there. So we wouldn't replace it unless we know it's ours. You understand what I'm saying? So if it's 357, that just tells us it's a plugin command. And then we check in the parameters if it's all specific custom plugin commands or all specific custom event commands. Then if both of those are true, if 357 and in this case SOAR-L PEC page 1, then we read the first parameter or the second parameter in that command and go, okay, it's PowerShow text. Replace this guy, so we do code, change the code, all of that. Yes, so we would basically be giving a custom preface to all of our custom commands while removing all of our plugin commands because they're not going to do anything. We don't even actually have to remove them. We could just make them do nothing, just be passive plugin commands. The only downside is this would get bloated, the list would get longer, but not the end of the world. And then we replace ours with a custom one that has everything. All of this literally could be the same. This code would just be, let's say, SOAR-L's 101 for now. It doesn't let me do that. SOAR-L's 101. There we go. So, boom, that's done. Index, indent, I have no clue what that is. I literally have no clue what indent is, but we'll just leave it as 0 because 101 has it as 0. Yeah, and the bloating would slow down the game. I agree with that. So if we do this, we replace that with that. These parameters can remain the same, because it could remain the same, or we could set 3 as the parameter, depending on how we want to do it. Then, so there's that one. Did it reset everything? No, it didn't. And then we just go, okay, delete. I can't delete it, but delete from 3 down to 7, because all that is plugin parameters. That type number variable. Yes, I'm pretty sure it's a number, so we might want to either change it as a string and change the game interpreter to read it as strings, but code prop needs to be a number, not a string. It doesn't need to be a number. We can change that. We can go right in here. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the execute code? There we go. Actually, it doesn't need to be a number. It could be a string, because they're not using it as a number, at least right here. Nope, that's just a number. So, okay, it needs to be a number for these things. So we might, but theoretically we would read this before any of that would run. So as long as we change it to a number, it would. So yeah, I guess we need to change it to a number. So we just do like Visual Stella and just be like 1,101. Because that's how Visual Stella does when you can add events to a map through plugins. It adds an event as 1001 or 1002 and so on and so forth. So we could just do it like Visual Stella and just be like code 1000 whatever. In reality, we could actually just write the code to a specific number. So you guys, let's see, there's 3 of us. We could do... It's not letting me. There we go. We could do 3 because there's 3 of us currently. So it'd be 3,101. And then we just have to make sure that when we get to actually writing the custom functionality, this becomes command 3,101. So I think that'd be the easiest way. I honestly think that'd be the easiest way. It would help the most. And like code-wise, we wouldn't be coding as much. Unless you guys have an objection to it, I think we're going to go that direction. Because everything after that, we can code up how it loads up a message and everything. We don't have to play around with this. So I'm going to be back real quick on my first little break. You guys tell me if there's any issues with the idea for that. So I'll be back in like 10 seconds. Okay, I'm back. So what about making the plugin commands independent so that plugin commands are self-contained and has a core plugin for helpful functions? Okay, so I think I understand what you're saying. Let me see if I get it. So you're saying keep basically, instead of this being just functioning as the plugin command, we do this entirely, and then kind of like how we're doing here, calling this function, we rewrite this up minus the plus index or whatever is breaking this. line 9761. So we rewrite this without the next event code, or we figure out how to manage the next event code better. And then from there, we basically do an if normal do this, otherwise we do whatever we want. Are you saying it like that? So that instead of it being anything with the game interpreter, it's all in the plugin manager? Because that works, and if that's what you're saying, that works, and I'll come up with an excuse why that might not be the easiest answer. But I want to make sure that's what you're saying before I go on a small rant. Thank you for welcoming me back. I got a Sprite. Drink. What song am I listening to? Let's chit chat for a little while. Right now I'm listening to some Tour I'm listening to You Lied by Tour. If we house the core system in the core plugin. Oh yes, so if we were going to do this, where we do the replacement, we would house it in the core plugin. The only thing, so the core plugin would be doing the replacement, and the only thing the sub-plugins would be doing is adding the specific code commands. Yep, then we could do exactly what VS is doing. And minus the encryption so that no one can, or not encryption, the obfuscation, whatever, so that no one can read it. Because I think the only way a plugin can really be powerful and be like community driven is if the community can drive it. If the community owner can use it, then you're driving a renter and you're under the issues of whatever the renter company gives you. We don't want renter companies. We're all developers. We all want to make cool things. Give us the keys to the car and let us total it a mile down the road. So are we still on the... I can't pronounce anything, so... So are we still on the code replace? So adding like 3,000 to every code and just code replacing it then? If we are, then I'll start coding up that stuff and we can start progressing forward. A thumbs up, people. Yeah, we probably can get that to work. Okay. So we'll do that then. So I need to code up a way to read the event passively, which I have. Let's make a new to-do list for myself. Okay, so we need to first read events passively. So the plugin interpreter code, I'll show you. So when we get to actually writing the plugin interpreter code, let's just take show choices, for example, it's going to be part of the plugin functionality, specifically the sub plugin. But instead of game interpreter, we're going to have, let's say, no, we want game interpreter prototype, but instead of 102, it's going to be 302. And params can be params if we want. We could change it, but it really doesn't matter either way. And then we can do, let's say, for choices, we just do console log params. And because I'm going to be doing the messy part of screwing up the interpreter's list, theoretically, anything you could do in the game interpreter, you'd be able to do in all extra commands plus some. So let's say for like the setup thing, if I go to choice location, how do I move it? I set it up. So I change the this case. So just for quick circumstance, this isn't going to be final code. But let's say we want X and Y. We want to set the X and Y. So we could do something like equals params dot Y X, and then the rest can remain the same like 102. But we could do other things. We could make it not wait. We could just make it go directly to the next one. That'd be a horrible message, or choices, but we could do that. And the great thing is, we're leaning on the game interpreter, so we don't have to worry about any of this as long as I can figure out how to delete and add new commands. Which I am pretty confident I'll be able to figure that out. I'm saying I'm 75% confident that I will have that figured out before this stream ends, most likely. So that would be how you'd be setting up the commands, the plugin commands. So the plugin commands won't do much. What gets actually done is you need to come up with the command and give it a number and that. So I guess the real thing is, what is going to be our offset? Do we want 3000? But what about bloating it? What do you mean about bloating it? What do you mean? But what about bloating it? I'm not 100% sure what you mean by bloating it. I'm actually somewhat confused on that end. Slowing down the game by adding extra commands. Well, we're not adding extra commands because remember, as soon as, so for example, if I did game interpreter again, would it give me the old list or the new list? Gives me the new list, dang it. Okay. Remember, this was, I think, 357. Okay. So this is all plugin. This is what's actually being stored in game. Actually, give me a second. This is all plugin. This is what actually is being stored in game. The first thing we would do is find 357, verify it's ours, then go, this is show text. So let's say we add a 3000 to it, so it's 3001. And then wow, 657 is plugin command things. I'll show you. Give me a second. 657 are these things, okay, for your plugin commands. So we can go, okay, everything after the plugin command that we detected, delete everything after that. So 357 or 657 all the way down to the last 657, okay? If there was another plugin command after that, it'd be 357, 357, 657 a couple of times, and then another 357. So we could do, this is why I have to remember things off the top of my head. How do you delete elements from an object? JavaScript, remove elements from array by index. Splice. I knew it was splice, but how? Okay. If we do splice, insert, replace, I want remove though. Remove number. Okay, splice. Splice, you give it the index and you give it 1. Okay, so if we were to do dot splice start at 3 and go, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then if we did game interpreter, in theory, yes. So this is what it would look like, okay? The first thing we would do is replace 357 with 3101. Then we would count how many 657s come afterwards. After that, we would splice from the first 357 to the last of the, or the first 657 to the last of the 657s, remove all of them, and then do this, which compacts the code. It doesn't bloat it. It compacts the interpreter game list. You see, it compacts. Now, it will bloat, as I keep hiding it. It will bloat up our plugins a little bit because we might have duplicate code, so like game message.busy equals false and all that. But I don't think there's a clean way of doing that otherwise, just because of how we're overwriting it. If we wrote our own game interpreter or rewrote their game interpreter, we could do it. But if we want the functionality of both the game interpreter and ours to be simultaneous, I think we're going to have bloated plugin code. But event codes will be simplified. And the great thing is, I believe we are only affecting the game engine. Or not the game engine, the game itself. So if I was to close out this and open this guy back up, yeah, we still have the functionality and stuff. So to the developer, they'll see this. But does that remove references to other instances of the plugin command? No. So like I explained before, 657, I believe. Give me a second to make sure I'm reading the right one. I want to say it's 657. Cool. I'll actually explain this in code. Okay. So 101 is the show text, okay? 401 is the actual text object, okay? From the list. Yes, it is removing it from the list, but it's only removing nonsense things. So like here, 401 is the actual text object, but if you look in, or in this case, the text object actually requires both of these. But in the case of plugins, you have, 357, which is the plugin commands. It gives you this and that. Okay, so that's where this guy is there. This guy is hidden, but it's actually the call out. This is the text the player sees. But the thing is, unlike text command or show text, which requires both objects, plugin commands don't require both objects because it has a third parameter, which is all the additional lines. So as long as we keep that consistent, which we would, we can remove that line, that line, that line, that line, and that line. I actually don't even think the game interpreter reads these lines, if I remember right. I don't think there is a command 657. Let me see if I can find that real quick. 657. Yeah, there is no command 657. I believe if you get all the way down up here to actually interpreting the code, where is it? Right here. Yeah, if it can't find the method, it just goes to the next line. So in reality, this is running and checking to see if it's a command. If it's a command, it goes down. So it duplicates data on the add lines. It's not duplicating data per se. What it's doing is how do I explain this? When you render your game, it takes all this data that it shows you as the developer and packages it up as a param for the plugin, okay? So if you were to look into the actual plugin command code like we are, you'll see section 3 is an object that contains all the parameters that were for the plugin command. However, it can't show that in the game engine. So they add an additional lines, which is part of the list. They add additional lines called 657, which basically are just showing you the text that is shown on the game engine. Is that understandable? Am I explaining myself well? Because if not, this is the part where we need to understand this completely before we really get further in. Because depending on where we go, this will be the first major decision where the following steps will have to be completely undone if we did it incorrectly. Okay, so so in the grand scheme of things, we're removing a bunch of lines of code from the game interpreter, which theoretically should make it faster. We might have duplication in the plugin's actual code, but that duplication is going to be there anyways because we aren't going to be doing everything how the RM does it, and RM coded their stuff in a way that's not flexible to be easily rewritten. With all that, the next question is, what's the so we need to make sure it's not going to corrupt. I'm guessing save game data. So it shouldn't. As long as the save game data had the plugin commands prior, and they still have the plugin commands. So if you were to save this prior to using Oz, or if you were to save this prior to using ours, use it, and then load up that save data, that should work. If you were to use our stuff, the custom plugin, the power plugin commands, or the power event commands, then remove it and try to load up the save data, then it will cause an issue. Because what it will do, and I bet I could test this. Give me a second. Let me see if I can test that real quick. Because if I can get the list prior to it loading it up, I can show you what error it will show. Okay, so that's null. Still null. Cool. Game interpreter. Okay. So while it's still paused, let's do 3101. There we go. Actually, that's funny. It won't cause any issues. Because remember, it won't try to load the data that doesn't exist. Yeah, that is hilarious. So it would just skip our stuff because it would be like, oh, what's this 3101 code? Don't know. I'm going to assume it's like the 657. I just skip it. It's just going to skip over it. You could actually make a really crazy game that way. But yeah, it won't even call it. Yeah, it's the cost stack. The interpreter list is the actual cost stack of the event. When you go to an event and you start running the actual event commands, all you're doing is going through the interpreter list. So you could really mess it up and go here and be like, actually, this is a 101, and then really confuse it. Yeah. So it's like, what? Fire not found. Funny. I'm actually surprised that didn't cause a more major error, but so if we're on board with that, I guess the next question is, what's the offset? I guess the first question is, what's the highest value? Which is easier to find if I just ask the game interpreter to tell me. So the highest command is command 603. Yeah, we don't need to compress it. The only reason I could think of compressing it is it just will. I guess we don't need to, because it's gonna skip over it. I mean, so basically, if we don't, it's a payoff. If we compress it, we do a lot of work up front when the event loads, which might load the event slower. But when it gets to our where our plugin command would have been, it's not going to go through all the parameters, just skipping on to the next one over and over again. It would just go to the next one immediately. If we don't compress it, then the events will load up faster. But when it gets to like a major event, like a major plugin command that we have, let's say one that has like hypothetically 1,000 parameters, it's going to read each one of those parameters and skipping to the next, which isn't going to be excessively long. It's just an if statement, but it could become long if somebody was to just use the power event plugin commands instead of the normal ones. So it's really a question on, is it okay for an event to take longer to load up, or is it, how about we use a number that's higher than Visual Stella uses? So I don't know if Visual Stella does anything with the plugin commands like that. Could we check that real quick? We could. I don't have the latest Visual Stella, but if somebody watching has it, if you load up the latest Visual Stella and type in if you type in this little bit of code into the console and then go down to get the last command, that will tell you if they have any additional ones. If they have additional ones, we just add to that, but could we get the additional ones? Could we find out what the maximum is? That would be really freaky. We find out what the maximum is already and just add on to it. That would be some next level stuff. I wonder if we could do it. I don't think we could, because I think it's getting the numbers from the engine. Let's see. Okay, as you check that out, I'm going to see if I can get the maximum commands. Let's see. How does the game interpreter work with that? Okay, it does command.code. Yeah, there's no way, because it's all in the command.code. Who defines command.code? No. Nope, I don't think there's a way to find out what's the most, other than the example I gave. It'd be cool if we could, but okay, I'm gonna take another drink of my Sprite as you tell me if Visual Stella is doing anything weird with the game interpreter. Okay, so you would type in the command window. You have to talk to an event or something, because the event list, or I don't think you have, no, you don't have to talk to an event, never mind. So you type in that, and then you will, when you type in the period, it will bring up like an autocompleter, and you're looking for command and a number. You're trying to find the maximum, so I would just go down to the bottom, scroll up a little bit. It should be 603. I know Visual Stella, when they're adding events onto a map that didn't have events, they'll do 1,000 plus, because I think you only can have 999 events on default. So it's a safety precaution on their end. I want to actually code up I want to code up another way of doing what they're doing, but I haven't gotten to that point yet. I counted how many plugins I'm looking to build other than this one, and it would be 66 right now. 66 other plugins. Okay, so they're not doing anything fancy then. It's 603, they're not doing anything fancy. So if we want, we could add we could add a 3,000, we could add 1,000. Basically, the only thing I could think that would change this would be somebody else's plugin, or if they update the game engine to add new tabs, which I'm assuming if they were to do that, it'd be a new game engine and we wouldn't have to worry about it. And at best, what we really should do, can we do it that way? Can we do that? Can we make an event, or not an event, can we make a function that's defined by parameters? So like instead of 3000 that, we could have something like a constant offset equals 3000 and then do something along the lines of brackets offset plus 102. If we could do something like that, that would be perfect, because then if somebody complains to us and goes like, hey, your thing's broken, we ask them what plugins, or we check to see if there's been a latest update. If there has, we see what the maximum is and go, okay, let's make it 4,000 now. And there we go. With one line of code change, we fix all the bugs. If we could do that. I don't know if we can though. I don't know if we can. You can set a function like that. In theory you could, because you should be able to do this. You should be able to do game interpreter.prototype and then do command plus offset plus 102.toString. You should be able to do that. Tell me if you guys don't think that's possible. I think that is. I'm going to try that out real quick, but you guys make your guesses. Make your guesses hard. So that'd be game interpreter. Game interpreter dot underscore, in this case, proto. I don't think toString is the function though. Nope, it's not toString. What is it? I don't recall how to convert. Google does. It says it is toString. toString. Invalid token. What are you yelling at me about? There we go. I needed brackets around it. Okay. It doesn't like the raw value. Awesome. So if we do now prototype.command 3101. Yep, that would work. Awesome, that's what we'll do. Because then this can be in the core. We can set that to whatever. Hell, we could tell the player to set it. Or we could set it ourselves. But then we don't have to worry about any of this. All of this would be preset. So what is this? This would be brackets, the string command plus the calculation dot to string close bracket, set it, done. That works. I think that would be the best. That's cool. We can dynamically fix all bugs in the future. I love it. So if it comes out the Visual Stellar does something similar and they use 1,000 or for whatever reason they copy us blatantly because this is all on YouTube, boom. Let's give the player all the power. Well, not necessarily the player. I'm talking more the developer. But that is cool. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna overwrite it. We're gonna do that. So let me grab this guy just for an example for future. There we go. I mean, the developer could give that to the player. That would be interesting, having that change on the fly. I don't think it would do anything because it would be already loaded into memory. So giving it to the player would be a moot point. Okay, so this doesn't like it because we don't have a next event command or whatever. We'll figure that out. So that's fine. All that's fine. Cool. So what to do next? What to do next? I guess the next thing is would be we need a max or a plugin offset, which we can easily, for the time being, we're just tacking on to page 1, but in okay, we're going to do some weird things, but we'll fix it later, and it just will prevent less copy and paste fixing later. Let's call it pec core.offset. And for the time being, we'll just do 3,000, since that was kind of the thing. Pex offset for commands. Window. Okay, I don't know what you mean by window, but okay. Window. Okay. So there's that. So we need to read passively everything. That's what I need to do next, is I need to do passively reads and replaces. And then after that we can continue onwards. Okay, so I think, do I do passive reads here? I don't think so. I think I do have a plugin that does passive reads. So let me go find that plugin real quick. Message text window. So we have two paths we can do. We can do message text window, or we can make sure we're removing the plugin commands and everything appropriately. I'm going to go remove the plugin commands and everything appropriately, because ultimately, these, the plugin command handlers, or plugin call handlers, will be just this. It would just be cleaning up the data. Because everything else, will it just be cleaning up the data? I don't even think it will be cleaning up the data. No, it won't. These actually will be empty. We don't even need these. because everything will be called through the game interpreter. So ultimately, this would become a with the offset with the value 101 to be show text. So let's do it like they do it. Show text. It gives us the parameters, which will be arguments. I think it will be args. We can figure that out later. Basically, it's going to call something. We just need to figure out what it's going to be called, which we can just do console.log args. But here's where the magic will be happening. In here, we could do show text. So for whatever reason, we could do console.log args.text if we wanted it just to show text in there. So that's where the magic will be happening. This won't do anything. These bits of codes will have to be carried to here, possibly. This bit of code could get deleted, and this is where the magic would be happening. There would be no plugin call handlers. Except maybe for special cases where we wanted to do something special where the plugin call command will still be an actual plugin command. But other than that, they're all going to get replaced by the game interpreter. Because as the game interpreter runs through the code, it's going to hit the rewritten code, which will be command code 3101. It will find that inside itself, kind of like here. Oopsie. Kind of like here. And it will do what we want it to do here and act just like it's any other game interpreter command and exit out. The data's in. So again, let's see, I don't have it up. Let me open it up real quick. I have no clue where everything is saved, so we'll just do that for now. Save. Offset is not set. What are you talking about? 124. Oh, this isn't made. We need to make this. It actually isn't the semicolon. Very rarely is JavaScript particular about semicolons. It's best practice to put them, but I'm not the best practice. What are you saying? 145 now. Yes, because it's not called offset anymore. It's called this blah 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 blah. There we go. Oopsie. He didn't like that. Okay. Yeah, I know. I changed some commands and now everything is yelling at me again. Okay. So, back to what we were talking about. Where does the data get fed in? So, if we go to the interpreter right now, If I open up this, so right when this thing would get loaded up, right when this thing would get loaded into game, not when you interact with it, when it gets loaded in, it will replace this bit of code with all bit of code. So 3101. Okay? That doesn't change the data that they put in. That only changes the code that's being called. Then when the game interpreter, when the player interacts with it and the game interpreter reads it, it's going to go through and go 101, show message. Here's the message. There you go. 301, or 3101. Oh, here's the 3101 thing, the thing we wrote. Here's your parameters, blah. And we can then change the parameters on how we want it to work, and it will work the same. So the player's data will still be there. The only thing we're changing is the code and who ultimately is calling it. Because if we don't do that, if we go into the game interpreter and go all the way down to where it calls the plugin, not the deprecated one, if you see, the game interpreter is not calling the actual code, it's the plugin manager, which kind of sets us one abstraction too far. We can deal with it if we really wanted to, but we would have to deal with it for every single one. Otherwise, we actually could skip all of this and just have our own custom command and just jerk right into the game interpreter and still have our parameters and have the space being the game interpreter. Does that make sense? Or have I gone insane? I don't think I've gone insane, but it's possible. I've looked at code for almost 3 hours now. I've looked at and talked about code for almost 3 hours. No, not really. Or, not really, no. I'm reading backwards now. I don't know what you mean by that. Not really, no. Why go that far? So the reason why we go that far is so that when we want to do something like, I can just do show text and find the first instance of that. So when we want to do something like this .index++, if we were to do that in our plugin manager, it has no clue what this .index is. Could we skip the custom interpreter just by making a plugin command? We could. Like, if we wanted, we could do it all on plugin commands. We might have to jump around to get certain functionality to work, like with the moving of the choice location. If you see, my plugin commands aren't doing anything with the game interpreter or anything. All I'm doing is setting up states for the windows, and then I'm letting the game interpreter handle it. I do have a little bit of the game interpreter that I'm doing just so that if you have a plugin command, so like show choices generally, to me, to be honest. Okay, let's see. So, the issue I have and why I'm passionately against it, and I'm willing to sacrifice, but the issue I have is when we look into what I did for the changing the choice message box location, I first started with the idea of like, oh, I'll just do it all through plugin commands and it'll call it a day. The only issue though is when you get down to like command 101, let's say you have a message box and then a choice box, okay? If you made your own choice box message thing in a plugin functionality, then it won't do this little bit of code right here, which basically allows your choice box and your message box to appear at the same time. For me to get around this back in this day, what I did was added a plugin command one that does the exact same thing as long as the next bit of code would be a 101 or 102. Basically what this, I'll explain. Basically, when you show up a message, it's going to go in here, it's going to add all the stuff to the message, it's going to add the text to the message, and then it's going to go, okay, what is the next event code? If it reads 102, it's going to show the choices and add the choices before indexing next, okay? If not, it's going to go down here and set the wait message, and it's going to hoard up the game until the player clicks on the message or whatever. Yeah, it's the part of the RM development that I'm like, why is it designed this way? Why can't it just be a classical stack trace and not anything fancy? Because what really should happen is when you put in a text message, it should have a command 1 and whatever you want, and it has a next command, a hidden next command. And when you put in a show text, it takes the previous next command and pushes it down one past the show text command or show choices command. But it doesn't do that. It's all internal. So 101, the show text command, controls if choices can show up at the same time. Which, for me to do it with mine, is I had to go, okay, if it's a plugin command next, then you need to read that plugin and do that plugin command. Then you need to add one to the index. And you need to keep doing that until you're done with 657, because those are the parameters again. Then, if all that's true, set that as your current index, basically skipping from 357 to 657, or skipping the 357s and all following 657s. Then, if it's a command control 101, we add it, which we still would have to do. Then why not just copy the code and put it into a helper function? Copy the code and put it into a helper function. Let me think of what you're trying to say there. We copy the code. Are you saying copy the 101 code and put it into a helper function? Or are you saying copy the switch statement and put it in a helper function? I'm not 100% sure what you're saying by copy the code. Copy that code. Then could we reference it from plugin command? So no, you can't, because when you, in the plugin command, if I was to go like this dot next event code, it's going to check for the plugin manager to have a next event code, not the game interpreter. So if you wanted to do that, you could do game map dot interpreter dot next event code and all that. But you'd have to do that every place you're doing that. Every place. But I did realize one thing. We are still going to have to mess with this guy because we're going to still have, we're not going to have 102. We're going to have 3 102 or 2 or 4 102 or whatever the offset is. So we would still have to change all that. Now the benefit is we could change that on a case by case inside the core plugin function. The other thing is I don't like is it'd be really nice if we could just tack on, so not overwrite. Back to the original. Okay. So I meant make a reference to that and then link back it down to the original. So you're saying something like with plugin name, we would have like source game interpreter, which would be the current game map interpreter. Are you saying something like that? And then we, instead of doing this, we do this. Is this what you're saying? Or am I confused? Are we all confused? Is it shocking that no one's posted anything in RPG Maker MZ since you posted my YouTube channel? Possibly. I mean, it's a Friday night. Most people are like out dating. I'm thinking C++ pointer references. Okay, so I don't know if JavaScript treats that as a pointer reference, or if JavaScript is going to treat that as a copy of the current. So, dang it. So let's say the game interpreter is null here. I'm predicting it would actually just put the null here. So when you would do this, you would get null doesn't have function next event code. I might be wrong though, but I'm imagining because this is getting called before you go to any events or anything, it would say set this to null. So if we do a new reference, wouldn't that create a new game interpreter, which would be outside the current actual game interpreter? So how you made your... I feel like you're referring to the idea of us making our own game interpreter in that case. Which, I mean, we can. I'm fine either way with that. It's just, the real question is which way we do it is the way we're going to be doing it. It's going to be hard to switch from one to the other. Are we not making on? So we're not making the entirety of the game interpreter though. We would just be making a couple of changes, and it could be changes inside the actual game interpreter. All we would really be doing is adding on game interpreter commands, and I think that would be it. everything else could remain the same. Yeah, everything else would be the same. The rest of the game interpreter would be the same. Our custom game interpreter would link to the existing interpreter. So, yeah, we could do that. We could have it linked to the existing one. But if we linked it to the existing one, this would have to be changed in this function. Because when it would go through the existing one and read the commands, it would go, oh, this dot 3101, that's not a command for me. If you want, well, actually, no one, can anyone hear you? No, no one can hear you because my desktop's muted. Let me see. If you want, I can call you. If you want, you can call me up real quick and we can discuss this a little bit faster. Since you're the last person to message me since 9:05. So if you are okay with possibly being publicly recorded, then if you want, I can call you up. And you might hear double. But I might be able to mute myself from Discord. Well, you could mute the live stream. Since that would be the most delayed. True. Do you want me to call you then? Boolean with no value. Boolean with no variable means nothing. Or are you trying to write out your answer in binary? If so, that is definitely going to be slower than us talking on voice. Okay, just message me when you're got your stuff set up. Dang it, I'm not going to be able to listen to my music then. Oh yes, nah, I'm going to have to put in my headphones. I hope you are going to help significantly in this, since I'm putting effort here. Okay. Whoa, I hear myself. Okay, hopefully the audio is still working now. If I turn the desktop audio on, nothing's going on there. Let me boot up my game real quick to get some audio test. Yep, cool, I can hear it. I'm still louder than it, so awesome. Okay, so we should be good. I have a slight echo on my end, but other than that, that's fine. In case anyone's watching the stream later, I don't regularly just let people onto my stream unless I know them, so do not expect to message me in a future stream and just jump on. Well, it's fine if you want to still jump on and like chit chat. I mean, really, what we're talking about is trying to figure out what is the best practice to do before doing it. Because I'm hoping I'm being clear enough about what we're trying to figure out is it more efficient to replace the game interpreter write our own game interpreter commands or write our own register commands and jump into wherever we need to be from there. I'm hoping that's clear. Join call.
Yo.
Yes, I think everything's working. Hopefully you can hear me without hearing double.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. Sweet. Okay, so wait, is Skepsy gonna join us?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I gave him the offer, but I don't think so. If he does, I'll just add him however I add people.
Got it. All right. So what I was thinking was connect. I mean, if you wanted to do a custom interpreter, then that's cool. We could do that.
I don't want to do a custom interpreter. That's the furthest thing I want to avoid.
Okay.
Because that's just basically when we do a custom interpreter, we're going to be writing it all from the ground level and hopefully connecting everything together with the other game interpreter.
Yeah, that's too much work.
Yeah.
That's actually why I was thinking it would be best to actually use plugin commands instead of. I mean, I get that you need to use the game interpreter to change positions and stuff. But if we focus on using plugin commands as the main way to interface with the developer, and then connect the data from the plugin commands into the commands for the game interpreter, that would skip having to do some of the extra stuff that we're talking about.
So what I'm talking about is going to connect the plugin data to the game interpreter command we created.
Okay.
Basically, when we do the replace on the plugin command, I don't have the console up right now, but when we do the replace for the plugin command, what it's going to do is keep the data. All it's going to do is replace the code that's being called from 357 to whatever command code we want. So ultimately, instead of doing register command, it's going to not even read the plugin command as a plugin command. It's going to read it as our custom command.
Oh, okay.
It's going to bypass the plugin manager entirely. The only thing that would need to be done is before the event gets loaded up, I or whoever would code this would have to code up a read of that plugin, which I've already written code to do that before, to go, okay, these are the plugin commands that are in this plugin that don't actually need to get run when executed. They need to get run at load. And when it gets run at load, it would go, okay, what do I do with this command? Oh, I just replaced the code with this code? Okay, done.
But my question is, how is the developer going to feed the information into that without a plugin command to
So
accept?
from their perspective, it's still going to be a plugin command.
Okay. Oh, you mean that the thing that was below the old stuff from MV?
No, so let me boot up.
So it's the part that was skipping. So you would call the game interpreter, and then the command 3 something. It's like 360.
357.
Yeah, 357 was the one that was. I'm gonna pull up the code too because I can't remember.
So
was that in objects or managers?
It's in the interpreter. It's ._list is where it's stored. The command, the command,
JS file.
The command itself is stored in the objects game interpreter.prototype.command 357.
Okay.
That's the command that loads it up in the plugin manager. But we're going to basically bypass all of that because when it gets loaded up into memory in the game, we're going to read the list of all the commands in that event and go, oh, this is the 357, and this is part of the, what did I call this, power event command plugin. Okay, with the 357N being part of that plugin, we're going to actually not call it 357, we're going to change the code to 3101. And with just that alone, everything else will remain the same, and when the player goes to interact with that event, or whenever that event gets executed, it's going to go, okay, code, and then it's going to get to 3101, and instead of going to the plugin manager to ask how it does it all, it's going to go, okay, 3101. Do I have a 3101? Yes, I do. Grab this, shove it in there, and execute it. Which is kind of the same thing it does with the plugin commands. In reality, if they wanted to remove how plugin registration works, they could actually have coded it up where instead of doing a plugin registration, you would just do gameinterpreter.prototype command and then a random number you wanted. And in the top part of the comments, you just, instead of doing command and the name of the command, you just do command and the number. And the game interpreter would handle it all.
Oh, it's going to be using a comment tag?
No.
Oh, I was wondering how the player was going to feed in the information.
They're going to feed it in just like it's a plugin command like any other day.
Okay. Can you show me an example of how it would be used in an event?
Used in an event, okay.
Like how it would be referenced in the event?
Yeah, it would just be a plugin command, just like this.
Okay.
The only thing that's changing between the normal way we do it and the way if we did it the other way is instead of looking for the line 357 or the code 357 and going, this is a plugin command, let me go ask the plugin manager how this works, it's going to, on load, change all the 357s to all our custom code and go, oh, this is 3101. Let me see in the game interpreter if they have a command 3101. Oh, they do? Okay, here you go.
Okay.
So as long as there's a command, and if there isn't a command, it's going to go.
Can you show that again? Because I seem to have went on to the wrong tab. I was looking at a wrong tab.
Okay, show which.
So the part where you were interfacing with the plugin command.
Okay.
You said that it's just a plugin command, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but how does that interface with the game interpreter if it's being called as command 357?
So if it's being called 357, what 357's code is, give me a second to load that up.
Yeah, so it just says plugin manager call command this param 0, params 1, params 3, and then return true.
Yeah. So instead of it calling this, okay, before it even gets executed the first time, when it gets loaded into the game, it will replace 357 with 3101 or whatever number we want. So instead of it calling the plugin command, when the game interpreter reads that command, it will be like, oh, I need to go to command 3101, which right now it doesn't have one, so it would just skip it, ignore it, and continue onwards. But when we add ours, instead of it going to the plugin command, it will go to ours special command 3101, and it would do whatever's in that command. So if you were to erase in the plugin command the plugin manager call out, erase that, put 3101, and do a console.log params, that's what it would do. instead of doing plugin command managers and all that, it would just go command 3001. Here's your parameters, console.log them.
Okay.
And we could set that up for everyone. And the benefit of this is it's all running in the game interpreter. So any of the game interpreters fancy like go to next line or wait until whatever, we can do out of the box without having to figure out like, okay, we're in the plugin manager. How do we, what way can we get back to the active game interpreter? And then once we figure that out, now we have to go figure out how to get to the next line or whatever. We can instead
Here's one question though. If we are doing that, we would have to somehow overwrite the objects.js file, wouldn't we?
No, so we would just call, kind of like when you overwrite a function in a plugin, you would just call the function. So you could just do game interpreters.prototype command 3101 equals function.params and then whatever function we want to give.
Okay, so basically we would reference game interpreter prototype command 357 and make it equal to our
so we won't touch 357. 357 is still going to be a plugin command function.
Oh, okay.
We're going to add on to the game interpreter in the game interpreter.prototype object. We're going to add on additional functionality for command 3101, 3102, so on and so forth.
All right.
So we're going to make the game interpreter bigger so that it allows both the default functionality and the additional functionality we're making. So let's say, for whatever reason, if we wanted down the line to do a custom plugin command function. So it does plugin command, but let's say maybe it logs it in the console at the same time. You could still have 357 being the default plugin command, but at the same time you could have all plugin command, which would become eventually, when it gets loaded into the game, it would become code 3357. And what that could do is console log it and then call plugin command 357.
All right.
So hypothetically, I haven't looked into that too far.
So where are we going to add that?
So that's all going to get into our plugin.
Okay.
So instead of doing plugin command registers, because you don't need to do that to get the actual plugin window in the developer, all you need to do is do the comments to get the developer window to look up.
Okay.
Instead of doing that, we could erase the plugin manager register. Makes it a little bit harder to debug, but not the end of the world. And instead, we just go game interpreter on whatever command we agree on, which right now would be an offset plus whatever the original command was.
Got it. Okay. So how are we feeding in the arguments then?
So the arguments will get fed in just like it was a plugin command. It's the same arguments.
Okay.
So in the example we did a few hours ago, you could easily do command 3101 args.name, and it would give you the name of the text field for our system.
Okay. So what are we trading the plugin manager.register command with?
We're trading it with a game interpreter and the custom command function. So for show text, that would be gameinterpreter.prototype.command 3101. Or specifically with how I've written it, so that we can, if for whatever reason, let's say RPG Maker comes out with a huge update and it goes has a command 3,420. We don't have to worry about collision. We just add to our offset.
Okay.
So with that, I have the weird bit of code, which is very strange, where I can tack on the command name dynamically with the offset.
Okay.
I can
Could
post
we make-
that in the text help if you want.
If you could send me that, that would actually make it a lot easier. Also, should we just replace it in the original that you sent me? Because we could still keep the args.face and background and wind pose.
Yeah, all of that would remain the same. All the comments
Okay.
would be untouched because the comments actually define the plugin command window for the developer.
Basically. Yeah, I get it. We're just making a different way to access it.
Yep. And it adds a little bit more work, like I talked about a while ago. By doing it this way, the loading up of an event onto the map might take a little bit longer because we have to go through the event and find any of all plugins. But because we're removing all of those 657 codes, and instead of just calling all plugin by itself, theoretically the event itself should run faster.
Okay, that makes sense.
Not significantly faster because it's just a bunch of if statements and then go to next line, but
that makes sense.
It'd be slightly faster.
So, how are we actually setting up this this plugin command? I've never actually done that, so you're gonna have to set that part up.
From your perspective, if you're just working with like making the windows appear and stuff like that.
Oh, I've never done that either. I usually make I make a lot of quality of life type of plugins and stuff, and stuff that actually fits what I'm trying to do for my games.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah,
hopefully
so
this will help fix with a lot of things a lot of people are trying to do with their games.
Yeah.
Because there's a few other features that I haven't even gotten to just for the show text. Like one would be instead of having to reference a name and a face, it'd be really cool if instead you could just be like, show me actor 1, and it would know, oh, okay, I'll go to actor 1, get the face for actor 1, and I'll go to actor 1 and get the name.
Okay. The thing is, I tend to do more of the mechanic type programming and not really the game interpreter programming. So
from your perspective, that little bit of code I gave you in the text help, if you remove those 2 console calls because they're not doing anything fancy, and update the 101 to whatever event code is in the game interpreter. So for like show text, that would be 101, but I think show choice is 102. If you just update that number, then treat it like a plugin manager. Treat it like a regular plugin register call.
Okay.
Because everything else is going to act theoretically is going to act exactly the same. I'm not 100% sure what args gives you. So I definitely want to do a console.log on args to see what that actually provides. But I would say I'm 98% certain it's going to look exactly like args if you did it in a plugin register.
Got it. I'll test that out real quick.
98% certain.
Okay. I will test that out and see if it works.
But everything else is going to act exactly the same. You're just going to be, instead of in the plugin manager, you're going to be in the game interpreter live. Which should theoretically help because anything that you see in the game interpreter, like show text, you should be able to call exactly the same.
Okay.
You should be, theoretically, anything, let's say for like show text, you should be able to copy show text And as long as the plugin parameters are the same,
Okay.
which I think it's an array, so it won't work exactly the same. But if you adjust it so that it works the same way, because we're doing an object unlike an array. Other than that, if you would adjust all that and call it up, it should work exactly the same as if you just did command 101. Because
Okay.
it's all in the game interpreter. So if the game interpreter already can call command 101, we should theoretically be able to call command 101 in the exact same way. And we're in the same location. If we were to do this in the plugin manager, we would have to change all of the this dot calls because this is not the plugin manager.
Oh, that makes sense.
It would yell at us every time it says this because it'd be like, this doesn't have an underscore index. What are you trying to do?
Okay. So it's based on the code you just sent me in that chat. It's saying that the offset doesn't the pec core.
You'd have to define that. Or for right now, you could just put 3. But ultimately, that has to get defined because that's a part of that's me prototyping out what eventually the core plugin would have to have. The core plugin would have to have the offset so that all the other plugins underneath it would have the same offset.
Got it. Okay.
If not, you could have each page have its own separate offset, but that just sounds more messy than it needs to be.
That would be messy.
Plus, it means that if, for whatever reason, RPG Maker or Visual Stellar or whoever comes up with another 3,000 commands, we, instead of having to go into each page and change the offset, we can just go to the core and update that one number, and all the bugs would be fixed.
And that would make it so much easier.
Yeah,
exactly.
Long-term, longevity.
Yeah.
Of course, I can't imagine RPG Maker coming up with 3,000 more event commands.
Yeah, I can't see them doing that either. Okay, so I just got that set up. What were you going to do to make the game interpreter identify command 3101?
To get the game interpreter to identify that was what I'm kind of writing up now. For right now, if you just wanted to see what args would give you, let me try to do this real quick to see what args would give you. It's going to yell at me immediately because it's going to be like, what are you trying to do? But in theory, it would show me what it's going to look like. And then yell at me immediately, which is exactly what I like. Okay, so we're good there. Good there.
In programming, it's highly unlikely that you will not ever not have bugs. In programming, programming is the first run through of writing the code, and then the rest of it is just debugging.
Well, that's why I worry about longevity.
Yeah. You want to make it so you can actually debug it without.
So if I go,
I just noticed that the zombie actor or the zombie sprite is pulling up as a non-zombie person.
Yeah,
so,
I don't have direction fixed.
Yeah, it's like a pretty boy, basically.
Okay, so
yeah.
This is what it gives you, which is not an object per se, but we can treat it like such.
You sure that's not an object?
It's an array.
Okay.
So if you were...
Oh, it's an array of objects. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I think that's exactly how it handles it in plugin command word as well. Let me try that out real quick. screenshot this because I'm not going to remember what it looks like.
Yeah.
There we go. Move that over there. Okay, so I don't care about this, so all that can be undone. So that I don't break things. And then in the plugin command, which I deleted, there we go. If we did console.org, .logs, .logs, there we go. And then if I call that function, why do you not like me? It doesn't like it for whatever reason. It's not calling it.
What doesn't?
The handler.
Oh.
Prototype power show text. Power show text. Yep. Console.log.
It looks like it's working.
So there's the game. And I go in here and I go, okay. Open this up. That shows it, but it doesn't go to the next line. Is it because... No, 357's still there. Why do you not like me, game? Okay. We haven't changed the command at all. Or have I? Power show text. Power show text. The name is still the same, right? Yep. Yep.
But it looks like you're still using the plugin command.
Well, I'm testing to see what it looks like for right now. Register command, logs. Is the plugin manager not reading this for whatever reason now? Underscore commands. No, it still reads it. Sadly, I can't read the args here, can I? No.
Yeah, it'd be plugin command plugin manager dot arguments.
Dot arguments? No. What is it? So
that would give you the arguments from the comment section above. Are replacing commands with arguments.
There you go. So that just shows me that the code's there. And you said replace commands with arguments? Okay.
Yeah.
Parameters, maybe? No, that didn't look... No, that's the plugin parameters.
So it would be plugin manager dot arguments.
That just gives me null.
Shouldn't.
There's a reason why this isn't getting called anymore. What's going on? What's going on in this ward? Okay, I register the command. I give it the args. I set it to a function.
Ooh, I almost had a big ol' sneeze. That was there's a lot of dust in the air.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a window open, so there's still smoke in the air here in California. So
Ah, you might not
yeah.
want to have a window open. I heard there's smoke in the
Yeah.
air.
Well, I mean, it's not heavy smoke, so it's not a problem.
Can I get hello? Can I get hello? He says hello, but the game's not going to say hello.
Who says hello?
The character in my, uh, the quick character I made, the zombie person thing.
Oh.
Okay. Command power show text. This is that page. That's this function.
Hmm.
I call it. Something is slipping up and I'm just not able to figure out what it is. What is it? Plugin manager register command. It's registering the command. It's just for whatever reason not running it.
Hmm.
I know why.
Hmm?
Guess what we did a little bit ago?
What?
We changed the command. Remember the plugin command? 357?
Oh yeah.
We deleted it.
Hmm.
Which, guess what? It's
Wait,
not going to read it.
you deleted it?
Yeah, remember I was talking to you about how like if it would be the same
Oh.
thing as if you deleted the plugin manager call out
Oh
and
yeah.
then
I
just
remember
changed the
now.
number. Yeah, it'd be the same thing, except if you delete it completely and then call it, it won't do anything because it's gone.
Oops.
I proved that point now.
Yeah. It seems that was a big ol' oops.
So if you ever want to make a plugin that prevents other plugins, you don't
You
need to
just
do much of anything except call this, the game interpreter prototype command 357, and set it to anything else.
yeah. Yeah,
And no
basically.
plugins can work on your game. Or no plugin commands. People could still
Yeah.
write plugins that don't use commands.
Yeah. So no plugin command would work.
Yep, there we go. Now it's saying hello. So
Okay.
now I need to go in here and set it to args instead of hello. I was like, there is nothing that's making sense in this world. Why is it saying that I can't call a plugin command anymore?
Yay! It worked.
Downside to me calling functions. There we go. So yeah, it's not going to be, there is a difference. One's an array, the other is just the third element of that array.
Hmm.
So the only thing you'd have to do is, instead of expecting args to already have all your arguments, you would have to do args bracket 3, and that would give you all your arguments.
Oh, okay. So,
Because that's the third index of the array that it passes.
mm,
The first index is the file name, the second index is the command name in the comments, and then the third
okay.
index is the text name. So the fourth index, or index 3, would be your parameters.
Okay. So, to edit the file that you sent me, well, are you just going to send me the
I
new
can edit it
version?
real quick.
Okay.
Args equals args bracket 3.
Okay. And then you're going to send that to me?
I'm going to update it. There.
Update.
If you check text help now, it will show you.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Yep. So now that function will do the exact same thing. You of course have to call args equal args bracket 3 at the very top. Do not work with args after, or do not work with args beforehand and then be like, why is it broken? Actually, I'll add a little comment here. Your code goes here. There we go.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Because after that, args would act the exact same way as if it was a plugin registrar.
Awesome. That solves pretty much everything
Okay.
for what I was trying to figure out.
So then I get the fun part of writing the passive event reader, which I've written, but it's going to be
Yeah,
interesting.
'cause I have no idea how to actually do that, so.
I didn't either. I was playing around with it for the auto sprite changing plugin.
Oh yeah, I remember you talking about that one.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
Fun as in like sarcastically?
There is no
Or-
other type of fun.
Oh.
Not,
Hey,
until, not until I win a free.
Send me
Hmm?
can you send me the line with the Sir L Peck
Yep.
core offset thing?
Yeah, I'll send you that object, that mess of an object.
Yeah, I just need to update all that stuff.
I mean, if you want, I can just send an update to this. Clean up the code real quick.
That would probably be better.
Okay, give me a quick second to clean up some of this code. We don't
For
need
sure.
the plugin manager anymore. I updated this to say args equals args bracket 3. And then I put a comment, your code goes here. That's that, okay. So that should work. Now you're not going to be able to run this code yet because I don't
I
have
figured that was the case.
I don't have the passive reading stuff in yet, but once I get the passive reading, it will work.
Okay.
Okay.
What point will you have that done?
I'm hoping to have that done in like 10-15 minutes, but
Okay.
basically, the thing that has delayed it for like the last 2 hours is us discussing how
to get it
to
done.
implement it.
Yeah.
Now, theoretically, that it's going to be implemented, it should be, I get the passive reading working, and then messages and all of that should be pretty much just figuring out how to get the window to change its location on our command.
Mhm.
And then it becomes actually writing the plugin. This is just cleaning up and getting the plugin to start working.
Yeah. I mean, once we have the actual structure, then we can go in and give it flesh.
Yeah. Ultimately, what we just wrote up, minus the comments and minus the plugin functionality, is the core plugin.
Yep.
I just need to add the passive read, and then pretty much, unless there's some unique thing we need to duplicate, that's the core.
Awesome.
The core could be literally like 3 lines. 3 lines plus a major function to do the passive reading.
That works. So we could add on to it.
Yeah. I mean, I broke it up by page just because that seemed like it would be the easiest way to manage, because these files are going to get big, even if we keep them small, because we're basically going to be copying everything in this in-game interpreter at the end.
Oh, I have a suggestion for how we can merge the files easier. If we use GitHub, we can merge files easier.
Yes.
But we would have to make a private repository.
Well, I can get private repositories for free.
Yeah.
The issue is I wasn't expecting people to help me out immediately.
Yeah.
I was kind of like, oh, I'll code up most likely the first 5 and then put that up online and let people play around with that power and then be like, oh, if anyone wants to help me with my crazy endeavor, like, come die with me slowly inside.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you and I were talking earlier, like I think earlier in the week, about working on this as a collaboration. So,
Oh yeah. This wasn't necessarily what my plans were this weekend.
Yeah.
But I was
mean,
like,
if we could get more people working on this, that would be perfect, because then we have more people who can actually, like, help.
Oh yeah. What I like about this is it's going to be relatively easy to explain. It's going to be, do you know the normal plugin event commands? Yes. Cool. Have you ever wanted to do something in that normal event command that you couldn't do, but seemed like it felt inside that event command? Awesome. Most likely this plugin is for you.
It's a completely expandable plugin.
Yep. And then
that can basically replace those things.
Yep. The only thing it would be nicer is if there was a way we could intercept the actual engine code that opens up the event command.
Exactly.
It'd be really nice if you could go to plugin command and hit all plugin, and instead of it opening up the plugin command window, it opens up another event command window that looks almost identical to this one, except maybe more tabs.
Yeah.
But that
actually, I think SR dude made a tool that does that kind of thing. So I don't know. I have to look at that.
If I remember right, reading all of the updates between MV and MZ, the tool option is no longer available for MZ. I think they removed it because they saw so few people using it. Which
that makes sense.
I can't blame them, because how they implemented it was nowhere near as user-friendly as a plugin commands. So basically you'd have this like curve where initial developer in RPG Maker develops a couple of things, go, oh, I need to learn some scripts, eventually learns to make plugins, and then a giant curve up to learn how to make tools.
Yeah.
It's like, you're kind of not going to have many people get to that giant curve up unless they have a very in-depth passion to add something to the engine. It was nice. It'd be cool if they did, instead of removing it, figure out how to bring it lower down on the curve, because it'd be cool to have like additional buttons and other things in the game engine to do stuff, but
kind of like how like an IDE like Brackets.io would do things, or even Sublime, where you could add on to it.
Oh yeah, Notepad++ has it. Even has a plugin admin, which is really nice.
Yeah, something like that.
Because unlike RPG Maker, where you have to search online for all the plugins, the plugin admin actually goes to Notepad++ repository for all of them, and you can just scroll through that in the IDE.
That would be a cool feature for Degica to add.
It even keeps it tells you if there's an update between your current plugin and the ones you have installed, and it shows you the ones you have installed.
Yeah, if it's written in, if the extensions for MZ were written in, MV, because MV was the last one to have that, right?
Yes.
If the extensions are written in JavaScript, I could easily make some of those.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't be a hard thing to make. It's the one thing I don't like about RPG Maker. It's really nice to teach people how to develop games and like get them into that thing. But the downside to it is, as soon as you start really getting into it and going like, I am going to code my next masterpiece, the lack of long-term benefits start appearing, where you start going like, this would be a cool new feature that is built into a text editor that would be great for a game engine, but nope, doesn't have it. I'm going to have to go search it.
That's why I use Unity.
Yeah. Unity has the inverse problem. To get into it, it has the inverse problem. To get into it, you need to learn a lot of code or find a lot of code and pour everything in, get your resources and all that.
Yeah.
And then start learning how to work it all. But once you get there,
if you start in RM and then you jump to Unity, you really just need to learn. If you start in like an RPG Maker engine, you learn the basics of programming from there, and then you can take about, I don't know, a year or at the most maybe, and learn C#, and then you could just jump straight into Unity.
Oh yeah. The one thing I have an issue though is I really wish, and it's not too big. All I ask is for Unity to provide the basics of what I call a game engine, but it's not really a game engine, but basically, can I, without much coding experience, without much assets, put together a simple, like, ball hits a wall and dialogue appears without having to learn a bunch of code? Because once you get...
Oh, yeah. They actually just added that.
I know they've gotten into that, especially since they've started going public now.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping...
it's not very user-friendly at the moment, but yeah, they did add that.
I'm hoping as they get more and more public and you get more stockholders on the boards and stuff, they will start looking into that aspect, because I really think that's the only thing holding Unity back, is their curve has a high ramp up, but once you get to that point, you could build anything you want.
Anything, exactly. And I've made applications that are basically game-based applications, and at the moment they're not on the Google Play Store because I haven't. Well, no, I haven't actually decided to pay for a Google Play Store license.
Yeah.
Or developer license.
Hey, that's cheaper than the Apple one.
Oh, I know. That's one of the reasons why I hate Apple. All the extra fees and crap.
Yep.
And you have to have an Apple computer to develop for an Apple device. And
if I read a recent texting, the newest development environment does not require an Apple computer.
Okay.
If I read it correctly, I'm not in that field anymore, so it's not something I am like reading the release docs in depth on anymore.
Yeah.
But if I remember correctly from my quick glance, it's not required. I know.
Oh, for Unity?
I know Swift is not required anymore. I recall hearing that Swift has become cross-platform.
But to compile the application, you need to have an Apple computer, because Apple is so proprietary, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And the fees included in distributing, and the fact that the Google Play Store is less curated than the Apple App Store.
Oh yeah. I used to do. I worked in IoT for about 2.5 years, so I used to have to release Apple products as well. So I know the headaches of Apple so well. I actually know a little bit more in depth because the company I worked for, we had a shared distributor with Apple as well. Mm-hmm. So we try to figure out how much I can say in what order. The shared distributor would give chips to Apple as they gave chips to us. And the chips are like locked down like Apple. There's certain functions you're allowed to use, and there's other functions they don't give you any documentation on. And it's basically, it's there if you want to use it, you're on risk. But beyond that, we don't know what it does.
Yeah.
The company had an intern who I've never knew the name of, but we asked the intern one day, because apparently they got attached to our email list at one point. We asked them, hey, could you be a darling and get us the plugin, the opcodes for this chip? And they were a really nice darling.
Oh.
They came back with a 40-page document of all
Wow.
the opcodes for the chip, including some of the proprietary ones that Apple is only allowed to use.
Wow. Okay.
So we got
That
to
sounds like
see
a problem.
we got to see some internals of how the chip worked specifically on Apple devices versus Android and other devices.
Yeah.
Give me a second. My headphones. The one downside to this mic is there's a feedback, and I haven't figured out how to fix it yet. The opcodes and stuff was a really big thing. But beyond that, I can't say much beyond that because I don't know what all agreements were possibly broken when that all was done.
Yeah. That's, we should probably end that conversation so we don't get in trouble.
I don't work for any companies that is associated with them anymore, so I'm clean. But I'm not going to explain like what the codes did or how they worked.
Yeah.
It was a fun time. I loved working for that company. It was a crazy time.
Exactly. All right, so back to our plugin. Did you finish cleaning up the code, or?
Yeah, I cleaned it up. Oh, I never told you. Sorry. I cleaned it up and uploaded it.
Yeah. So did you send it?
I uploaded it again, so you should be able to go to that page and grab it. I didn't change the code.
That page is somewhere.
My playground.
Yeah, I gotta find it again.
It's okay.
Here it is.
I don't like kitties in my playground anymore.
You what?
I was making a joke.
Oh.
I was like, I don't like kitties into my playground anymore.
Alright.
Okay.
Downloading it.
I need to figure out how to do passive, which I have the code. I just need to grab it.
Mm-hmm.
And then cry over it. 90% of my development life crying over my code. Okay. More sprites. JS. But yeah, if you guys want to hear crazy stories of development time, I have boat tons. I have one time we had a chip that we thought we were going to become extremely rich for because some of our tests was bringing up examples of it predicting that the button was being pressed before we pressed the button.
Wow.
And we were like, we need to keep this chip silent and we need to go to the stock market and tie a button pressing to when stocks are about to fail. And then tie the signal to us selling the stocks. There we go. Okay, on game event refresh, we open the page and check some things. Oh yeah, this is the evil try catch thing that I hate. I hate try catches. But it will work. We can grab it.
Yeah, I'm gonna duck out for a bit to dinner because I am starving.
Okay. I'll
Yeah.
be
So
streaming for most likely the next hour or so.
okay.
And then I'll most
Um.
likely end the stream for tonight because people will be back.
Mhm.
People don't like hearing my voice.
All right. I'll join the voice chat again when I get back.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
See you soon.
So I guess skeptic is. Oh, not skeptic. How do you pronounce that? Yeah. I guess it's just you and me then. You, me, and a bunch of code. Okay. So it's the game event refresh code that we want. And basically, we want. Ooh, the eyes. I'm getting cut eyes here. We want to say, hey, if there's a new page, or if the page is the new page, so we've loaded up a new page, set it up. Along with setting it up, we want to check to see if, so we actually don't need this try catch because we're not checking to see if it has an idle sprite anymore. We basically want to go, okay, get us the list of this page, filter it down to code that has 357 in it, and has all specific plugin, and that's that, because all the plugin commands will be passive for now. If not, we can do a not includes, which will resolve that. And then if it does, from that list, what can we do? From that list, we need to... Actually, I don't think a filter would be best here. I think if we did for each, so give us the list, and for every part of the list we run through a bit of code. It's a little bit slower, but the benefit is when we hit a 357 and it's ours, we can just continue going through instead of having to figure out what the new list is. Okay, so first things first, let's go to the game event thing, which I'm gonna believe is an object. We're gonna hope it's an object. Cool. So we might be able to actually just do this in the setup page. Yeah, I think we could. Game event, this dot setup. We could put it here, we could put it here. I think we put it beforehand because we don't want anything to interfere with us. So yeah, this is the bit of code we're going to grab. We're going to grab it right out there. We're going to go in here. And we're going to also grab a proper way of doing it. So this is going to be Legna's game event, setup event, and I need my specific thing. With this case, it's going to be part of the core because eventually this is going to get split off into two different two different JavaScripts. So the main thing is, can we do it? That is the main question, always and forever. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. This is the bit of code I wanted. Yeah. When you get to coding stuff, the core thing is as you get better at coding, you can just start grabbing code from previous code, and it will save you time and money if you're good at copying and pasting. Do not do this if you're not good. at copying and pasting. Okay, so that resolved that. Now we just need to do, what is this? And that will tell us what that is, and we should be able to test that out real quick. I always ask what is this because I never know what this is. It took me, I think, 3 months to figure out how this worked. Because I never could pick it up. I could never understand where. Okay. I don't see a list anywhere. That's problematic. I really hope I don't have to call what I call here. I shouldn't have to. This dot list as a function. So if we were to store this in a global, I should be able to do temp.list as a function. Yes, there we go. Cool. So that gives me the exact bit of code I was expecting, which is perfect because that's all I want is the code I'm expecting. Just wiping off my phone to make sure I'm not needed anywhere. Okay, so this dot list, that's all good. We want to do, yeah, this was confusing in the beginning. I understand what it's trying to do, and Python, I think, is a little bit better at this because they don't use this, if I remember right. They use self, which to me makes more sense. I understand the word self better than this. To me, if I was like, self, oh, what is the object I'm in? This is that object. This, I'm like, this is this? No, that doesn't make sense to me. Okay, so we want this dot list. That'll give us the list, and then we want for each, and I do not recall how for each works off the top of my head. If anyone wants to fire me because I don't recall a function, that's fine. Okay, for each, I don't like that. There we go. Okay, it gives a function that has a callback and a this args. Okay, so theoretically I should be able to do something along the lines of command list and do console.log. I don't think I'm doing this right. I think this needs to be function. And let's say the current value is core. So I should be able to do console.log core. And I don't think I need a list because I'm not doing anything. Yeah, we can't store everything yet. What do you mean we can't store everything yet? Watch me. I have an infinite hard drive. I can store everything. I don't know what you mean by that line though. There we go. That looks nice. Cool. So now we start doing some weird coding stuff. Hopefully my font's big enough because I'm irritated by my font. So hopefully it's everything you guys want. Okay. Let's do some code. Oh, in our brains. Yeah. Can't store everything just yet. Even though interviewers will pretend like you can. Okay, so we want to do if our current values code is equal to 357 and the current values parameters bracket 0 is equal to, it actually isn't equal to, we're looking to see if it contains. Dang it, I'm going to take this out and replace it with my other one until he calls back and I can listen to music until then. Okay. Music time. Let's see if my music loads up faster this time. That is actually the main point of the stream, is to see if I can get my music to load up faster on my phone. Nope, doesn't look like it. I'm going to go back to Google Music then. YouTube Music was working fast until the latest update, but not working anymore. Okay. So we have a string. We're going to store that string in the next just to test. So as pec page 1. And we want to do x dot contains, or can I do includes? I think I want includes. So as pec. True, cool. Because this is going to be general code going to all the pecs. So we don't want to specialize in one page over any other. That's the main focus. Includes the string sort L underscore pec. Okay, cool. Open that up, close it, awesome. So if it contains source L's pack, then we know this is needing to be adjusted to be a game interpreter command instead. Awesome. However, we also need to add a flag. Let's not be erase 657's false. Done. Okay, so if the code's that, then we do this. Awesome. We also need to add erase 657 equals true. And how do we do that? That's the next thing, is how do we detect when it is something? I know how. Yeah, we'll just do that. I think we're going to do a switch. And I don't need to look for that bit of code because I have it right here. I just click that. Boom, boom. And then I click some cases and adjust them. Boom. Okay, so the switch is going to be on the code. And we're either going to have 357 or we're going to have 657, or I believe it's default. I don't think I need to do anything else. And what that's going to do is a couple of things. One, default is going to do an erase.67 equals false. That's to prevent us from erasing any extra 657s, even though theoretically we could erase all of them and it wouldn't have any issues. But to be nice, just in case somebody else wants to code it where it does. That's where we do that. And that's where we do that. Actually, whoopsies, I lied. We need an if statement there. Because it's possibly not ours to erase. So that's where we do those two things. So now we check to see if the code's 357. Comments, because comments are nice. Event, or no, plug in command code. Plug in parameter code. All other code, no. Okay, so that's that. If it's this, it's that. Okay, cool. So now the question is, how do we erase from here? We did that before. I want to say it's splice, but let's see. Can I just go back up far enough and get what I'm looking for? Okay, there's some that code. Temp, base, plugin caller, interpreter, yep, splice. Splice is it. We want the index, and we need the length. And I believe for each can give us the index. If I can find Google. Yep, the next value is index. Okay, so core is the current value, index I is the index. Okay. So to erase, we simply do this dot list dot splice I comma 1, and that will splice the index. And we can do that there, and that's that. So that should theoretically remove all the stuff, except we didn't actually want to remove this. Bad. Okay. We don't want to remove it. We want to replace it. So we want to actually do core.code. And for right now, we'll do 007. And we just want to see if that works. So save that, close that, close that. Oopsie. Okay. This dot list is not a function. I agree, but where do you see this dot list? Where do you see it? 637. This dot list is a function because this dot list is called here. Unless this is not this, what is this then? Dun 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 dun. Oh, because this is not this. This is in a different function. Dang it. But I think Google helped us out there too. Yeah, this argument. So we do all this, and then we do this argument. This value to be used as this when executing callback. Yep. List. So we can actually simplify this down. List.spite. And that's it. That's the only place where we use it. But hey, this and that. No, I'm not renaming it that. I'm gonna crush that bug right there. I'm not renaming it this and that. List is not defined. 170. Oh. I think I need to actually pass this. I think this is this. I think this is this. This is this. That is this. What is this? We'll find out. Okay, so that looks like that worked. Now if we go to this and then do game inventory.list. Ooh, that looks smaller. Look at that, 007. Oop, we missed a couple of 657s though. That's problematic. We missed these two. Why did we miss those two? That's a question that deserves to be answered. So, we'll do a console.log. Cool. And then, yeah, that'll work. So we should see 357 followed by like 5 657s. But that's apparently not what's happening. Make sure I haven't changed this up any. Nope. Should be followed by 5 657s. Okay. 1, 2, 3. And then it stops. Why does it stop? Console.log this.list. That is really strange. It kind of just logs 3 and then goes, yep, I'm done. Is it because... Not for each. Guys. You know what I slipped up on? I'm adjusting a variable. I need to mute myself. There we go. I'm adjusting a variable inside an active variable. You shouldn't do that. Bad. Bad, Swordlegna. Bad. What I should be doing is going, hey, give me the list of this.list. Okay, cool. But then how do I set it back? Oh no, I know how I do this. No, I don't. Do I? The word may never know. I know how to do this. Okay, yeah. List.this.list done. Okay. But that means I is changing. I don't like that. Does that mean I is changing? Or am I talking nonsense? No, I'm talking nonsense. I is not changing. Because if I was changing, it would be splicing incorrectly. And these aren't the first. These are the last, right? Let's see. Yeah, no. Where is this? Base monster. Okay, that's one. That's 2, and that's 3. Okay, remove this one. It skips over that one. Remove this one. It skips over that one. Yep. Okay. I need to do this better. This is not good code. This is not good code. This is me rushing this code. Okay. Game event, I'm almost certain, has an underscore version of list, because that is something quite common in RPG Maker. So if I did this code and I went, hey, game map dot events, okay, then I did underscore list, or no, I needed to get the page dot one, then I did underscore list, no, I just do list dot list. What's the list event though? Okay, what is game map dot event one dot list? Okay. Cool. We need to, what's the page ID? And if I was to go and do something like this, game map dot underscore event one dot page one dot list. That's how we're gonna do it, because that gives me a mutable object. If I can't go function equals. Well, I could, but then I break other things. So we want, if this is the event, we want to do page of this dot page index dot list. And we want to set all that to the list. Then for everything in the list, we want to go through it and log it out. But at the end of this, once we're done with everything in the list, yes, okay. So we want to do that, but this dot list will remove it from here. How do I want this to work? That will go through all the elements in the list. This will remove elements from that list. This will write elements, but not from the list we want. We want it from the list we want. But we can fix that by doing, instead of core, we could do this dot list brackets I to set the code. That will remove it, and that should theoretically work. We'll see. I have no clue what half of the time I'm doing, but hey, that is just a theory. A copyrightable theory. Okay, so still isn't doing what I wanted, but it removed those. Oh, I don't like that though. It'd be really nice to do it all in one function. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. It'd be really nice to do it all in one function. Because the hard part is removing it. Because what would be really nice is if we could remove it and reset the index. I might just do a for loop. because I'll have more control over a for loop. I don't have to play it around with the object, so we're just going to do a for loop. Do I have a function for a for loop? No, it doesn't look like I got function for a for loop. Okay, we're going to just grab it from the internet then. It looks good to me. Okay, we're going to convert a bunch of this over. Okay. So, we want to start at 0, that's fine. And we want the length of this dot list function. And for everything in that list, we want to go up 1. Yep. Then we want to do, but this can't be that way. It would have to be this dot list. Wait, we get the list here lengthwise. I think this might just be the better way. Let's grab some things and just try it out and see. Okay, we need a define curl. Curl for this case would be equal this dot list brackets I, or see what happens there. I don't like this that much, so we're gonna just delete it for now. Okay. This can become core again. That can be removing that, but this needs to do actually I don't think it needs to. Let's try that. Let's try that. I think. Who knows? Time only tells. Nope, that did the exact same thing. Don't like. Sad face. Okay. So what needs to happen is we need to go back 1 I. So I minus minus, because we're going too fast through the loop when we're removing things. Because we remove it and we go up 1, which is bad. Bad, bad, bad. Is this it? Look at that. Look at that beauty. The beaut. That beaut is beautiful. Okay. So where can we fix some of this stuff? Not much. Not many places. We can add tabs here to make that cleaner. We don't need to print this all out anymore because we know what it is. Okay. We do need to add code here eventually to come up with the command codes, which there's a couple ways we could do that. The easiest way is we go up into the comments here, and instead of power show text, we do 101. Because, in theory, we then can go command code equals per, off the top of my memory, parameters 1? Yeah. Plus, we need to make sure this is a number, plus the offset okay. That, congratulations. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I really wish there was a way for me like to get it. Okay. I know of a way to make it where it reads live text. It's been a long time since I've touched that code, but it would be really nice if it just dinged every now and then just to go like, hey. Of course, I have everything on mute, so even if it did that, I wouldn't hear it. So, yeah. Hit and miss. Okay. We want to go here, and we want to see what your event is. Not a number. That is beautiful. Number plus a number. But you're saying this is not a number. Which I'm saying I need to do a console.log. Because I'm under the belief that that was a number. But it's not the first time I've been wrong, so store as global. How did it go? Oh, because it's running the code. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I want temp1 dot params show text. Why is it saying PowerShow text? Why is it saying PowerShow text? There is no place I call PowerShow text. But I forgot to do one key thing. Here is a place I call PowerShow text. And if I was to go in here, boom, guess what? It's empty now. There's some text. There's some text. There's a face that only a mother could love. There's a number. There's a type. We don't need that. There's a position. There we go. Now it should work, because it wasn't reading at all what command 101 is. Yes, look at that. 3,101. Awesome. That's going to make it so much easier. I don't have to have another list of all the plugin commands or anything. As long as the at command is the number that we need, I can literally inline go, hey, can you just add the offset? Cool, thank you, I'm done. I am done with that. That is going to work beautifully. Hopefully you all understood that. I kind of rushed through it and made a few mistakes, but I think it makes perfect sense. Okay. So, we are nearing the time of end, but it's going to be whatever. Okay, so I messaged them to tell me when they were about to come home. Okay, include, yep, everything. Beautiful. Can we clean this up any? Not really. It's too good. We even call the original. It's so nice. It's not even, we didn't even break this function. It is stable. The function is still here. Perfectly sound. Yes! Okay, so now we can actually do this thing. So let's test this out. Console.log logs. It is not for Japanese to me anymore. I understand more and more. Yay! I'm glad I'm teaching you not Japanese. I'm glad that people are staying on for so long. I thought I would have like a couple hours by myself. Ooh. Ooh. That's not pretty. We got an infinite loop here. Yep, I know why. I'm an idiot. You're not an idiot. I'm the idiot. You know one thing all these oopsie. There you go. You know one thing all these interpreters do that I didn't do? Guess all you want. There it is. They index up one to read the next command. I didn't do that. And you know what? It just kept reading the same command over and over again. But you know what that means. It worked. It didn't work nicely, but it meant it worked. Which means we have our own game commands now. Look at that. Look at that. We can do it. I totally forgot I changed everything. I looked at the text and I'm like, I don't recall putting SDFGY and TGSEDR. Those don't remind me of things. Awesome. Cool. Hey, I really think our computers need to understand which window we're focusing on so we can always type in the right window. So there's a couple ways you can do that. One way that I used to have my computers programmed to do is you can do it on hover, where whenever you switch windows, it switches to hover. Regularly they do it by click, because if you're going across like 8 different windows, it will get annoying because you'll have boom, 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 and like it becomes hard to find windows that quickly. Another way is you always can do like the Alt tabs, which you guys can't see, but I can, because you are on my main monitor. Let's see, what other ways we could do it? Really, you're going to have either on click or on hover. I mean, you could do really weird things. You could have off hover, so it doesn't switch focus until you go off the window. That would be freaky. Okay, so I guess the next best thing to try is can we then call this function Oh, I thought of another one. If you don't mind being watched constantly, you could have it where it monitors your eyes. It checks what you're looking at. You could have it do that. That would work. Just have a camera constantly watching where you're looking. There's a couple of designs for that, mostly done for cars, just to see if you're like looking away at your phone or whatever. Oh, if you're, yeah, good luck with that. That's gonna always be a problem. Just be happy you're not typing out your password anywhere. Whoop, I've done that. And there's some messaging systems that you can't go back and delete. Yeah, fun times, guys. Fun times. Be like, please ignore the random series of characters. I swear, it's not a password or anything. I just laid on my keyboard. I just laid on my keyboard and typed it to you. It's fine. Grams equals. Okay, so first things first, we need to get the actor's name, which is in args.face, but we actually need to do that thing from a while ago. We need to do args.face equals a JSON parse of args.face. We need to do that with background as well. And we need to do that with position. Which I was evil and called it WinPost instead of a common name. So we do arg.face.file name, comma, the number args.face.file or face index, and then the which one is which? Is it ooh, I hate myself. I hate it. It's not the end of the world. I make myself sad sometimes. So args.background.bg type equals bg types equals dim. Yeah, I do not like myself right now because backgrounds are default by numbers, and I did not put numbers. I put the normal text stuff, so I'm gonna not like myself, but I'm gonna like how it looks in the engine, which is 90% of the main thing I like. Window, transparent. I'm almost certain there's a line in RPG Maker with this text, because I'm pretty, maybe not, maybe they're doing it by number. They might be doing it the smarter way. I would do it this way. I love readability. If I just was like background number, done. Okay, so, and then there's custom. Okay, so I think there's a way, if I have an array, x equals hello and bye, I think there's a way to do something along the lines of getting the value of, or no, getting the index of, yep, getting the index of a value. Yep, okay. And we want to do that. We want to go, okay, dot index of, and then we want it of the value that the user gave us. There we go. So basically that's going to give us the number. And it's going to be a number, so we can actually just go in here and go blah. And that's that. Then we need the other number, which is position, which again I was eager to myself and I made position a list as well. So we're going to just shove that there. Going to do very similar to this, except this is going to be win position types or positions. Now we'll just do types. We're going to do top, middle, bottom, and custom. And we need to do something like this right here, because this is going to be args dot win position and win type. There we go. And there we go. So we can then grab, oopsie, this. Oh my gosh. This is just a wall of text, but we're getting there. Okay, and then we just need the text in the thing, which is under text. So this should be simple as args.text. But is it the text? I don't think it's the text. Whoopsie. I don't think it's the text. Hello there. Nope, it's the name. So this should be, whoopsie, args dot name. Okay. And I found out that yes, this is the params for that, but we need the other one, the 401, and it needs to be the next command. So we're going to actually have to inject a command there. Or we need to rewrite this. For the time being, I think I'm just going to rewrite this bit. Theoretically, we can do other things later, but for now, I think I'm just going to rewrite this. So we need that little bit of code, and we're just going to grab. Okay, Okay, so that sets up all my parameters there. This is command 1. This is where command 1 starts. So params are going to be read from here. It's fine. They're just shoved in there. Okay. Then we need to include this, which this is just going to be args dot text, right? I'm pretty certain we just called it args.text. Yep, cool. And then, is there anything fancy here? We don't need that. We do need this. So, in theory, this is our compact version, which if we go in here, we should see this appear, finally. Literally, it took me 5 hours to do this, but hey, it's only 5 hours of my life. But we should have a better system overall now for more rapid development. Look at that. Look at that, guys. We have a plugin that's calling a text box. Yes. And we can keep doing it. Look at that. No, we can't. I lied. What broke? 143. 143. JSON.parse. You're correct, because we already did a JSON.parse. So, it needs to be... Ooh, interesting. So, we need to detect if there is a need to JSON.parse. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. I wonder if we can simply just do all args.base. I wonder if that will work. That'd be nice if it did. I don't think so, because I think both of them are going to return something. But 5 hours to show a text box. Guys, are you happy you spent the time watching me? Let's see, did that go to the next line? Nope, didn't. Okay. So that's not gonna work. Let's... Oop. There we go. Let's do a console args.face. Along with... Actually, no. Type of... Oh, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. I don't think you guys really care about that much of my code, but you're so sweet. I'll most likely be doing this again around the same time tomorrow, though. Okay, that started with a string, and it's an object now. That's how we're going to decide it. There we go. So we can just do if type of args.face is not equal to the string object, and then we know we need to do all this parsing, else we're fine. We're done. I like it. I'll be here for the stream for sure. Awesome. It'll be the same thing, but theoretically will be faster because we have the infrastructure down. We laid the roads. Now it's just putting in the cars. I have no clue where that was really going, but all it takes is a couple of cars and we'll be driving down the road to happiness. That works. That didn't work. It didn't break, but it didn't show the other text. Okay, so why did you not show the other text? Oh, is it because it can't find this? I think this needs to be thrown up in there as well. Because it can't find the text anymore because it's not text, because we're changing it on the fly, which is kind of problematic. We could make this better. I'll most likely make it better once we get a repeatable test. Yep. Awesome. Everything's working. We can keep bothering this person over and over again. Look at that. It's so nice. It's like nothing has changed yet, but now we can start getting into the fancy stuff of like, hey, I want this text name to be over here at the top right corner. Well, I want the text box to be over here, right here next to the character, because I want my player to have split eyes after playing my game for 3 hours. So, awesome. Awesome sauce. Okay, so how do we make this better? Well, we don't call these. Or actually, no, we don't call these. We repeatedly parse the JSON. That sounds bad, because that's just going to slow this down. So I don't like that. We're gonna do it proper. We're gonna do this. This doesn't need to be there anymore. This doesn't need to be here. That's this command done. Okay, now custom is where it's going to get tricky. We need to do a bunch of other things. And I feel like I'm doing Kurokan's work right now. And I feel sorry for him, but I'm prototyping the thing. That's all I'm doing. If he's upset, hopefully it's not too bad. I also am getting my throat a little tight, so hopefully I will be able to talk tomorrow. I like it. I like it a lot. It works. There's a couple of things I wanted to add because I thought of it. The name. Where is the name? It's up here. The name box. This shouldn't be here. We can do better, guys. You guys we could have thunk better. We thunk wrong. Bad thunk. But we will get there. We will make it better. Because what it should be is it should be a name box. Okay? And this should be the name box. And it should be a struct called name struct. And everything should just be named something. Like here, it should be name box. But wait, why are we doing this? It's so that we can then have different things. We could do different things, guys. We could really break this down. And I think I think I'm not going to change it too much because it's going to change some args. But I think I'm going to prototype something out real quick. And we're going to just see what we can do. Because I think it would work. Let's hope nothing. I might turn off my screen real quick, just so that I don't accidentally reveal something that should be private. Because I don't know where these windows are going to pop up. And I don't know what content is going to be revealed. It's almost done. Yep, I knew it. I am so glad I did that. That could have been really bad. Okay, I'm coming back, guys. Boom, I'm back. How are you guys? That could have been really bad. Okay, we need a new presentation. There we go. We don't need any of that. So, to access certain things on my computer, I need to put in a password. That's fine. But one of the things that I had access to get into this section was another thing that stored all my external passwords, which wouldn't have been fine. Not a fine thing to show your passwords for everything. Okay, so what we need to do, or what I'm curious is what is all the cool stuff we could do with this? So, we got, can I change where this, yes I can, cool. Top right, cool. So, we have the show text object, which then contains a face object, which I could have easily just copied and pasted because I don't want to change the text anymore. So, show text contains a face object, and it shows a name box, and it shows a text box. But the things that I'm curious of, and the things I kind of want to break down is, okay, so the name box, we got a face file and a face file, a face index. And do we think that there's anything else that we should include for the faces? Now think of all the cool things we could do with faces on a text box. Do you think we should do any of that? As you guys think of that, I'm going to code up this a little bit. We have a name text, location, a background, and we have for this main text a location, a background. Because one of the things that we could do is we could have left, right, so right or left side. Anything else we could think of that would be cool for show text? What's anything else that would be cool for show text? Come on, guys. Think for me. Because really it's the object that we're changing. I'm going to actually undo this for now, just so the code works. And we're going to play around. Is there anything else with the show text that we want? Anything? I think anything cool functionality that plugins can perform would be really custom message boxes. Yes, but the thing is what? What are those cool functionalities that we can think of that would be cool for message boxes? So right now I'm thinking we can move the picture, we can move the picture from the left to the right. I mean, in reality, should picture be a position? Okay. Should picture be a position? And with it being a position, we should have a left and right option and a custom option. So you can put it on the left side, the right side, or anywhere on the screen. I think face fire should actually allow buses, allow bust, or really any image. You know what? That would be cool. Just, hey, give me a file that's an image. File that's an image. Is that going to work for every case? Who knows? I don't think so. But let's figure that out. We'll play around with that. Because the issue comes in is how do we do the indexing then? If we do files in image, then how do we do indexing? But we'll put an asterisk. Asterisk means we don't know if it's actually possible. We're just spitballing some craziness. Where's my text object? Where's insert object? Nope, that's a formula. Text box, there we go. Yeah. Or the thing is like you could do bust, but like, what if you don't want a bust? What if instead of having to do show picture for like a tutorial for controls, you could just have the controls in a file, load that file up as if it's a actor's image, but then do position custom and make it appear on the screen wherever you want it to be. That would be great. So unsure how that all would work. Name box, location, background. I think the size of the name box should remain like this. No, it shouldn't. Because I don't like how this gets cut off. It'd be really nice if I could make it full screen and just center the name at the top. So yeah, we should have size as well. And this should have a size, because what if I want to make the image bigger? I am literally just scope creeping this entire project. Scope creep everything. This should have a size. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else can we do? What else? What else cool things could we do? Backgrounds are going to have custom, so that's something we could do. Have custom backgrounds for both the name and for the box. So maybe you want a fancy name title at like the top left whenever somebody speaks, but only put the boxes underneath that name tile. Yeah. Anything else, guys? I'm just trying to think of any other cool ideas. Nothing wrong with things being pruned down afterwards. True, or we get crazy people and we make this awesome and give Vigistella something to be crying about. Or for them to steer and encode and make better and us unable to compete because it's encoded and we don't know how they made certain things. I am so scared about Vigistella doing that stuff. Because that would be nice. That would be really nice. The only thing I'm unsure is if fire that image thing. Oh no, I've exhausted all brains. Luckily, I think this is where we're going to stop most likely for the night. Because right now, I think really it's just going to be coming up with ideas. So let's just keep coming up with ideas, some weird, really strange ideas to come up with. So let's copy, paste, and let's go into here. And before anything, let's do a choice box. So first things first, we need to remember this. So let me take a screenshot of that real quick. I don't like that. I want it to be window mode. There we go. There we go. Yank that real quick so that when we go into the game, we can figure out stuff. And we can post them in Discord? Yeah, we could post the ideas in Discord. Even though no one wants to follow me and look at the development. But yeah, we can share our ideas. Okay, so what can we do with the text box that would be cool? So this is show choices, right? I think it's called. Okay. So the first things first is we have the choices. And then we have what I'm going to call the box. And then we have the behavior. It looks like behavior. So choices is a list. So we can do list of choices. Is there anything else we could do? We could have custom. Oh, in your Discord. Yeah, you could Discord me. Let's see. Let's figure out some things for that. Where are we gonna put that? That's a great question. Great question. Great question. I'm not 100% sure. I might. For right now, we could shove it in Tech Help. But I might make like a live streaming section, and we can discuss the stuff there. Or we could do it in Daily Gossip. Tech Help, Daily Gossip, I made this. I don't know. I think I'm just going to create a live stream, a live stream chat room. I mean, we could just have a temporary like plug-in one. Yeah, let's do that. We'll do that for now. Yep, we're doing that. Power. I can't do capitalization, so it's just going to be a really weird. I can do underscores. Power event command chat. Okay, create. Yep, you guys can. What can you guys do? Guys can read, you guys can send, you guys can have it read to you. You guys can't delete each other's messages. I'll let you guys embed links, I'll let you guys attach files. Read message history. Sure. I don't know why you couldn't do that. Yeah, you can do mentions. Yeah, you can use emojis. Yeah, you can add it reactions. Done. Invite. Cool. Development of the great and powerful the great and powerful PDC plugin. There we go. It should be up there. Yep, I see it. I can add reacts. I'll react to your eyes with eyes. There we go. Cool. And we'll just shove it in there for now. Eventually I'll come up with a better one, but for now. So I'll take screenshots of all this once everything gets done. So we have list of commands. I don't know which one it would be in, or how complicated it would be. So it's going to have an asterisk. But I think it would be cool if you could have commands. Yeah, that each choice will have, so a list of choices, but choices themselves will have choices on choices, because crazy choices. So cool stuff. Hey, you guys are the cool ones. You guys hung out with my craziness long enough to be considered cool in my eyes. And hopefully I've been semi-entertaining. Even though no one's ever going to watch all 5 hours of this. This is a stream for no one. Except the people who were here for the stream. But the list of choices, I think, should have custom, inactive, and active, or custom, hover, and not hover backgrounds. That would be cool. Of course, choice text. I don't know anything else, though. You know what? Who cares? It should have position. I don't think word wrap is working. There you go. Position. Because it would be cool if you could have like eight choice or 4 choices. Here's a good one. Talk Canon PC, and they're like, choose the direction I should go. But instead of it being like a text box like this, one northeast, southwest, it actually appears in the direction. So you could have north, east, or west, south, east, and you could actually go around that. That would be cool. I am overscoping this beyond belief, but let's have fun with it. I'm 50-50 this is going to be a serious plugin right now, but yeah. If I could get a couple people on here and have like the best team, I think we could easily challenge the Vigastella King. Okay. Yep. Okay. So, anything else? Anything else with choices? We should have a default or a fallback for the hover and not hover backgrounds and the position. So if you don't give us one, or the one you give us is unable to be completed, we can fall back and it's not a broken code. Box, custom background, custom location. Actually, the location of the box is not. We're going to do custom padding. Because the location is going to be where the choices are. And then we're going to have some way of detecting if two choices are close. Yeah, because we can detect by padding. If two choices are closer than the overall padding, then we'll manipulate the box to surround those choices. I am overscoping this beyond belief. Don't worry. And we don't need the size then. The size isn't there because the size is going to be based on the padding and the positions. Behavioral, main text. We don't have main text here. We don't have a location here. Oh, yeah, we have background, position. So, ooh, that's going to be interesting. Position and background are kind of going to be split. Because if you look here, the position and background we're considering like part of the box. And it's not anymore. It's going to be, background's going to be defined by the box. And position's going to be defined by the choices and where they're located. And if you just give us position, we're not going to stack them all on top of each other. We'll just increment them down. Sure. I am scared of this guy. This guy is scary. I don't know if I'm willing to code it. But we can start small. I kind of want to set out some of this stuff. Because the issue I was looking into is if I start changing the parameters, it's going to change the overall code. Oh, that's what we can do. Before any of this, let's test a theory I had, which we can test right here. If I went in here and was like, actually, this isn't where I want this command. Let's cut this command out of here. Okay? And right before I do this command, I want to do this one. And I do it with the proper structs and everything. The structs might have to go to the bottom because they might not be read. But if I did that, and I gave it the proper like start and end comments, will it be picked up? In theory, it should. In real theory, that should be pickupable. Pickupable. Okay. So if we go in here, cool, that worked. Sure. Yep, it looks like it picked it up. Awesome. So that's what we're gonna do, because that will make the code look better. You have up here your parameters. You have your struct objects, which in reality we might just move down to the bottom because these should not be changing that often. But for right now, they can be right there. Go in here. Then you're like plugin functionality, command 101. And it goes to the code. So if I was to like go in here and go like, actually it's not win position, it's blah, I can go, okay, that's going to be in here, blah, done. That's nice. I wanted to know if that would work that way. It's nice that it does. The only thing I would like better is if I could collapse it. But that's nice. I think we're gonna remove. I think we're gonna move the structs down. Make it really nice and clean. The structs are gonna be at the very bottom because they don't need. They get defined when read in, so we can put the structs really anywhere. And I much rather it be clean code. So that top plugin description, help file, change log, then your code, plugin call handler, which we're not using, plugin functionality. It gives you the plugin the plugin engine functionality. Then it goes in here and gives you the actual code. Yeah, that would be nicer, because then if we were to change something here, we just scroll down a little bit and we can find where we changed. Okay, we're a little bit past where I was thinking we would be. I was expecting them to be back home by now. But I'm going to quickly pop off, make sure they're all fine. If they are all fine and they're not coming back home for a little bit, I'll come right back and join you. So give me about a minute to figure out what's going on, and then I will either end the stream or continue, and we'll continue. Maybe we will get into this and start coding this up. I'm not 100% sure because I don't want to step on too many toes. So give me a quick second and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Haven't heard anything yet, but we'll see. I'll do one more hour, and then if nothing happens within an hour, then I'll call and find out what's going on with everyone. Okay, so I think do not touch anyone's code, do not break anything, and because you've been on this thing for almost 6 hours, almost 6 hours. I'm theoretically thinking you're going to be here for a little bit longer. Let's do one of the first page commands that you want. So it could be the timer, it could be the controls, whatever it is, we'll start coding it up. I'll leave the show text for the other person, and then I'll work on making a Git repo for this and everything, and I think I'm gonna make a separate section in the Discord specifically for the community level projects. So any that anyone wants to choose, if anyone's still around. If not, I'll choose one at random, and by random I will add all of these up and choose one literally by random. You guys have until I figure out how to write up a random number generator and count all these. Okay. We want, what is it? Okay. Or if you're getting tired, you can hop off. Like, I know I'm a weird person and I have a sleep schedule unlike most. I am very glad with what progress we have made. 6, 7, 8. 5 again. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Plus 14. So 36 through 2. 36, 2, generate 22. Okay, so 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Change armor. Okay. So we can I don't see this time offing unless going to the bathroom. Yeah, head to bed. Don't stay up indefinitely. Okay. Definitely head to bed. Sleep is important. Sleep is important. I'll most likely, if you're heading to bed, I don't think anyone else is actively participating, so I might just end the stream and start working on the Discord and the Git repo and all that. Which means I have to start managing stuff. Ugh. But I think this plugin is warranting it, and I think overall this plugin might be a really nice one for the general public in the end. Nah. You're not leaving me. From me. I can do other things. I can find out where people are. I can get stuff done. We made great progress, even though it's not the progress I wanted. Not saying like I had a specific want or desire, but we figured out how we want to do it. We can now do it exactly how we want to do it without any issues. And from here on out, it should just be, what do we want to do? We came up with a general idea of like, oh, it'd be cool if we had all these additional functionalities and stuff, but now it's at our doorstep, and we have to figure out what to do with this. We bought a package on Amazon. We bought a large like couch on Amazon, which looked really nice, but now we have to find a space for it in our house, and that's going to be the tough part. Is where do we put it? Where do we put this idea? Where do we ultimately power this idea up and really make it something great? And how do we avoid as much collisions as possible as we do it? Oh yeah, I think this will be nice. I sadly feel like it's going to be up there near the Visual Stella with confliction, like plugin conflictions. But unlike Visual Stella, if anyone hits a plugin collision, we can easily open up that plugin and all plugin and see where it's colliding and go, oh, we can fix that in a matter of a day or two. Unlike Visual Stella, where you email them and go, I hope they read my email and go off my email and not what they had planned for this week. And I think this would be a great time to start making the community plugin thing. And I've always it's one of those things I want to have, but I wanted it to be managed in a certain way, and I didn't really want to start the management process of it, but I think we could get the right people, and this is a very good plugin to start with because it's going to touch everything, and it's going to make a lot of different changes in the engine. So yeah, so that's all. Not all plugins will break any other plugins, but when it's one of the things. A single line of code is unlikely to break anything, but a million lines of code, you'll most likely break something, and that's kind of going to be this. We're going to write enough lines of code. It's going to be really, really tough for us to not hit something. Now, I mean, there's going to be things we don't touch much, like comments. What are we going to do with comments? Most likely not much. There most likely is not going to be much we can do. But one thing I am excited about, and if we can get it, is scripts. Because I'm pretty sure, give me a second, if we did plugin command text, how many lines of text can I put here? Yes. Do you see that? Do you see that? We can put an infinite number of lines here. I'm sure it's not infinite. I'm sure if I copied paste, there's going to be a point where it stops. Yeah. Oh no, it looks like it keeps going. Yep, okay. Maybe it is infinite. Who knows? But if we could do this in the script call, guess what? You could write a plugin in the script call. You could literally write whatever because you're not limited. Here, at least unless they've changed it, you are limited. Yeah, I can't go another line deeper. I'm limited to 12 lines of code. Now I have infinite space if I was to like do this. I have infinite space to the right, but I'm limited by one line. We're here. Here. Oopsie. I had it. There was a thing. So yeah, so you could in our plugin, just the script command alone, write an infinite number of code, which means you could write your own plugins inside an event and not have a separate file. You could literally have just a giant, I could copy this and paste it in here. Like, look at that. And I could just do on start, run this. Now, I don't know if it would actually work exactly like what I'm saying, but that is cool, is it not? So, I'm getting announced now, apparently, to end everything and start packing up. So, I'm gonna get going. I hope you all have a good night and everything, and I will talk to you all later. Bye bye.